Alright, so started recording. So, this video is going to be a, more or less a tutorial for how to do all of the item checks in a Zelda Ocarina of Time randomizer seed. Just in case you might miss anything or want to know how to do certain things in different ways, speed things up, just that sort of thing. Just gives you, you know, some basic advice on how to speed up your seed a little bit and just how to do all the checks pretty quickly. So the settings that I'm using, if you go to ootrandomizer.com and you want to make a seed, I'm using the accessible tournament season 2 bracket settings. It doesn't really matter what you use at this point. It's most seeds kind of eliminate certain checks, like they eliminate needing the Mask of Truth, all that sort of thing. 50 skulls are the max, etc., etc. So I'll show you how to check all the checks in the game, and for things like Skulltulas, I will be getting all 50 skulls. I'll just kind of show you some quick Skulltulas that you can get along the way. I won't be getting all 100, but I'll just show you some quick ways to get 50 skulls. And as well as things like Frogs 2 and Big Goron, stuff like that. I'll just show you how to quickly get pretty much everything in the game. So this will be like an all dungeon seed, essentially, just doing a lot of just everything. And I'll explain my thought process along the way, and just how we do certain checks quickly, how you can do them in different ways, etc., etc. Anyway, we may as well just go ahead and start. Alright, so we start in Kokiri Forest. And the most basic way to start out is picking up the what is it? The Kokiri sword chest and everything in Meadow's house. That's a really bad angle. There you go. I'm just gonna pick up some rupees along the way while I'm doing this. Hey, Juicebox. Alright. And based on the items that we get in these first 5 checks is kind of like what I decide to, when I decide to do certain routes and stuff like that. Alright, we got a bomb bag. Cool. Bomb bag is great for, it opens up a lot of stuff immediately right off the bat. Alright. With bomb bag. Let's see. I'm gonna go ahead, yeah, so there's a lot of different routes that you can do here. You can go South Hyrule if you want to. I'm just gonna go straight to, what is it? I'm just gonna go straight to Hyrule Castle. The chain link fence is like a really good spot to pick up rupees if you want to. Not roofies, rupees. I'll go ahead and go up for one more. There was a, what is it? There was a boulder right outside of the, right outside the castle called the, what is it? The Boulder of Destiny by some. That's a really easy Skulltula right there that you can just knock open the, what is it? The box and then throw a pot at it, or you can use a bomb, whatever you want to. It's one of the easiest skulls to pick up. Typically, once I get all my rupees, I like to buy lots and lots of sticks, because Child Link needs a lot of sticks to do stuff in general, so it's nice to get that out of the way. I leave 29 so that I can go over here really quickly and play the slingshot game. You don't need a slingshot in order to get the item from this minigame. Oh, some people don't know about that. Oof, that was close. Alright, cool. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna go adult, actually. With these settings, you can go adult whenever you want to. And I think now is actually not a bad time to go adult. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to pick up this egg real quick, and I'm also just gonna pick up the Skulltula while I'm here. All I have to do is bonk that tree. Picking up the egg is kind of useful because if you play your cards right, you can have time of day actually pass while you're doing stuff as adult, and it'll hatch while you're doing other stuff. Let's see, 30 Skulltulas has nothing. Sacred Forest Meadow is Way of the Hero. 40 is nothing. And strength upgrade from frogs too. Okay. Another frog seed, just like yesterday. So let's see. So along with these settings, hints are always on when you read hint stones. So it's a good idea to read those. So 30 and 40 not required. I'll still be getting all those Skulltulas, but we just know that they're not required. Strength on frogs too. And, what was it? Sacred Forest Meadows, Way of the Hero. So there will be something in that area, either an item or a song. We check the pedestal here as adults to figure out what medallions are which. So Shadow is on here. Jabu is on Forest. Water is there. Spirit is there. Forest. And fire. So yeah, it's useful to know what the adults, what the medallions are, or where they are located. A lot more than the child locations, because just by process of elimination, you can figure out which dungeons are going to have the stones. And the stones only give you one thing, so it doesn't really matter what order you do them in or anything like that. A little thing that I like to do as adults early on is I like to go in here and slash this pot for 20 rupees. It's a pretty quick little pickup for 20, if you like to do that. Actually, while we're out here, I think I have enough time to do this. Let's go ahead and do the Boulder of Destiny. There's also a hint stone in every single generic grotto. Alright, 50 is also done. So 30 and 40, 50 don't have any required items. But I'll still show you how to do the Skulltulas anyway, just in case you might run into a seed that actually has 30, 40, 50. Alright, so actually, based on the time of day, I'm going to do something a little bit funky. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to Zora's River. So the weird thing about Zora's River as adult is that it doesn't actually block you off from being able to go there. You can go there whenever you want to. Whereas as a child, there will be some boulders in the way. But the other cool thing about going over here real quickly is that time will definitely pass as I'm checking this area. And that'll let the egg hatch, and that'll be really helpful for me when I come back as child. I won't have to wait around for the egg to hatch. Now, actually getting these items without like the hover boots can be kind of difficult. So I wouldn't really. What is it? If you want to, there's a video by Juke that shows you how to do it. If you're interested in that sort of thing. Let's see. That's Pharaoh's Wind. Alright, so I haven't done this in a while, but I'm gonna see if I remember how to do this, so. There we go. Okay, so 1, 2, there we go. Cool. So the setup there, I'll do it again just because I have time and it doesn't really matter too much. The setup there is to, what is it? Just kind of like fall off the ledge and then climb back up and hold target, and then just side hop 2 times, then side hop left, and then let go of target. And then when that little ridge right there, like shows up in your camera, then you can hold forward. Now I think, what is it? I think the camera like moved a little too much there. You need to do it like right as you see the ridge actually pop up. So I'll show it to you again. In fact, I'll also do the other one as well, if people really want to see that sort of thing. So target, side hop, side hop, side hop, now hold forward. And there you go, you get it every time. It's a really tough jump if you don't have that specific setup, so. We'll read this hintstone. Skull Mask only has a piece of heart. That can be a really useful hint. It can make it so that you don't have to route in Skull Mask, which is kind of a slower check. I'll still route it in for you guys to kind of show you how to do it quickly. I'm gonna go ahead and like save just in case my time of day gets kind of out of whack just by, you know, showing off stuff. It doesn't really matter too much. Let's see. Let me write down the Skull Mask thing. Alright, cool. Alright, so that little that check right there, this little open grotto, can actually, if you feel like you've done everything in the game and you haven't done this check as adults, it very well could have your progression. It is a Sphere 0 check, and what I mean by Sphere 0 is like you can do it without any items, without the need for any items. All right, so Zora's Domain is Way of the Hero. That's in our second Way of the Hero. So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna show you how to get to this item if you want to do this as adult. What I do is I get right into this corner and I do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 side hops, and then I ESS all the way 90 degrees, and then I do 1 small ESS turn. And usually the way that I know that I'm online is the that little yellow splotch is lined up with Link's hat. And then what I do next is you have to do a frame perfect roll. To do a frame perfect roll, I like to just target, and then I untarget, and while it's still doing the, it's still loading the, the pause. So I pause, and then I'm going to go unpause, and during the unpause lag, I'm going to hold forward and mash A, and that should give me a frame perfect roll. I pressed B, that was my bad. I'm gonna do that again. All right. Let's see. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 90 degrees, and then that's a little too far. That's perfect. So pause, hold forward, unpause, mash A. And there you go. There you go. Alright, so to fix my time of day, I'm just going to go ahead and reset the console. And we'll be back at the Temple of Time. So let's see. Let me check my tracker. I should have 2 Skulltulas. I should have the chicken. Hey, hunters. What determines how you start the seed? I talked about it earlier, but it's just like certain items will influence me to do certain things. I'm gonna go over here and pick up another 20 rupees. Just depending on the item, I'll do different things. Like, if I get the silver scale really early, then I like to actually go to Zora's River as a child using the Lost Woods shortcut, and then I kind of chain that into going into Zora's Domain using the Cuckoo Dive. And then I take the shortcut in Zora's Domain to get to Lake Hylia, and then I do stuff there. And then I use the owl to get back to Hyrule Castle. If my time of day kind of works out, and it's not nighttime and all that. So Adult Kakariko is a pretty good location to get items early on, if you want to. There's this little grotto here in the middle that you need an explosive to reach. Kill these 2 re-deads. Forgot about the Zora's Domain thing. Zora's Domain. Cool. Alright, so we got a Deku shield. That'll be helpful since we won't have to spend 40 rupees on a shield as a child. I want to try the set. So I learned the setup for how to do Man on Roof super easy. So when you, I think I can figure it out just based on how I saw it. So you climb, what is it? You do this little jump right here and then target, and then side hop 1, 2, 3, and then you just press A and you'll do a side roll and untarget, retarget, and then you should just be able to hold forward. And you're on the fence, and then you just hold forward again. There you go. That's really useful, actually. Just in case this jump is a little bit too difficult. And then from there, from Man on Roof, you can go over here and to this grotto and pick this up. Alright, huge rupee. That would have been nice earlier, actually. I could have bought a Hylian shield, but that's okay. From here, what I like to do for movement is I like to side up a couple times, and then I do this little angle jump. It's not like that, but more, I guess I want to be closer to the edge of the box and just kind of hold up and right, and then I grab this fence. And you can get up here, and then you can get over here. Just a quick little way to get into the windmill. We'll check the windmill heart piece. This is a bow. Sweet. Alright. So if there's something there, what I like to do is you get on one of these little stone stumps, and then you just kind of target and then jump towards the middle. And jump over here. It's a really easy way to get that item without actually having to play Song of Time and all that. So we have a bow. What's an ESS turn? It's just when you you barely touch your analog stick and you just kind of shift Link like this. You'll see his legs shuffle a little bit, and you can tell if you've done like one ESS turn just based on how much Link has moved. Just a basic idea of what an ESS turn is. All right, so we'll go over here. Get our song from the windmill. All I need is an ocarina for that. Go over here. Alright, so now that I have the bow, I can do the archery game. In order to do this check, all you need is a bow. Or, yeah, a quiver. And 20 rupees. Alright, Deku Nut, cool. So we'll go over this way. Talk to Anju as an adult. Nice. There's a cool little trick that you can do over here to get the heart piece in Impa's house. Is you get on top of these 2 wooden stacks and then you just hold forward. And Link will kind of jump up and clip through and grab the loading zone, and you'll be able to get whatever's in here. Alright, from here we're gonna go into the graveyard. Alright, so there's a couple things that you can do here. This little gravestone you can pull open. Normally there's a Hylian shield in here, but now it's just another check that you can do. As an adult, you can do this at any time, but as child, you have to. It has to be nighttime in the graveyard to do that. Over here, there's a heart piece up on this ledge that typically you would need to plant a bean as a child to get to, or you can use the long shot to get to. But you can also just figure out what the item is just by targeting the wall, and then you roll. And as Link is coming up from his roll, press C up. And if you've done it correctly, you can actually look through the wall like this, and then look up a little bit, and you can tell what the item is just kind of by the model. So that's a golden rupee. So we don't need to pick that up, but just know that you can use a long shot, or you can plant a bean here as child and then come back as adult and pick up whatever is up there. So we'll go over here and open up Dampe's grave. And Dampe gives 2 items. He gives his hook shot, and he also gives a heart piece for doing his race under 60 seconds. With enough practice, it shouldn't be hard to do this check in under 60 seconds, as long as you kind of know which way you're going. So just follow this route that I'm doing. There's also the fancy boomerang check. That's correct. Okay, so yeah. So if you have a boomerang, that check that I was referring to earlier on the ledge, you can use a boomerang to get to it. I would look up a YouTube video for how to do that, or if we actually get a boomerang at some point, I'll show you how to do the boomerang trick. The long shot and the long shot method and the what's it called, the just using the beam method are pretty straightforward, but the boomerang trick is a little bit more specific. All right, so we got some eye drops. Cool. Yeah, it's very convenient, actually. So the thing about wow, I'm actually surprised I didn't trigger that. The thing about adult trade items in Rando, they're a little bit different than they normally are in the vanilla game. So when you pick up the eye drops, typically that's an item that comes with a timer. Like as soon as you get the eye drops in the vanilla game, the dude gives you like 4 minutes or 3 minutes to run all the way across Hyrule to get them to the big Goron before they run out, or before they spoil or whatever. But in Rando, I'll pick that up, why not? In Rando, I don't actually have a timer, and they will, what is it? The eye drops will turn back into, what is it? They'll turn back into the prescription if I were to save my game and then reset the console. It would immediately turn back into the prescription. So if you get the eye drops, what you want to do is you don't want to save quit. You want to hang on to them if you can, and then get them to the big Goron. Otherwise, you would have to do more of the trade sequence than you would want to. I'm going to go over here real quick and pick up, let's see, yeah, pick up some nuts. There's also a bomb drop and 20 rupees on this side. There you go. If you want to pick that up. Let's see. I think what I'm going to do with Bomb Bag is I'm gonna go ahead and go into Dodongo's Cavern and finish that off. All you really need to finish Dodongo's Cavern, all you need is a Bomb Bag, but sometimes there will be an item inside Dodongo's Cavern that will require you to come in with just the strength upgrade, so keep that in mind. I'm gonna go ahead and pick up a Hylian shield just because it makes things really convenient. I'll also be doing this trick called ground jumps as we go along. I'll try and show you how to do ground jumps as we show you the technique that I use for doing ground jumps. The ground jumps don't really break a lot of things. There's by the way, there's a Skulltula right behind this wall. We may as well go ahead and pick it up while we're here. Don't really see any harm in it. So this Skulltula doesn't actually require a hook shot or anything like that. This wall back here is climbable, so you can just hit the Skulltula with some sort of projectile or bomb, and then climb up the wall if you want to. You can also check what the item is by just kind of like looking up above Dodongo's Cavern, and that's either a nut or nut upgrade, so I'm not super interested in that. I'm gonna go ahead and just runch right into Dodongo's Cavern. There's a hint stone inside Dodongo's Cavern right over here, actually. They say that the frozen cavern echoes with the prelude of light. Okay. So, the ice cavern has a prelude. Some cool information, I suppose. If you really want to pick up some Skulltulas inside Dodongo's Cavern, what you can do is you can go back here. And pick up this Skulltula. Alright, cool. Now, there's another Skulltula in this room. Let me see, let me take care of these guys. Jeez. Can't take care of them. There we go. So, what is it? There's a Skulltula right up in that area, and typically the game expects you to use the Scarecrow song and use a hook shot to get up there. There's actually another method that you can use if you really want to. I probably wouldn't recommend it, but if you really want to get this Skulltula for some reason, what you can do is you can pull one of these Armo statues as adults and push it all the way over there. And then, what a lot of people don't know about Armo statues is that you can backflip on top of them as adults. It's really that simple. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna push this thing, backflip on top of it, and then jump up there and pick up that Skulltula. Again, I wouldn't recommend doing that. It's pretty slow. If I were to get the Skulltula, it's not a very fast Skulltula. If I were to get it, I would have to have had either the long shot, you can get it, or Scarecrow Song and the hook shot are probably the two faster ways. But this is a way to actually get the Skulltula. Weren't the statues affected by the block pushing fix for 4.0? No, they weren't. They actually purposefully did not change the block pushing speed for statues. Because there's a strategy that you can use in Spirit Temple to light a specific torch, and they didn't want to buff that, I guess. And you also rarely ever push Armo statues, except for like that specific strategy. Alright, so we're gonna push it right about here, and then backflip on top of it, and then jump, and there you go. There's your Skulltula. Alright, make sure, so I would recommend only going into Dodongo's Cavern as adult, actually. It's extremely slow going through Dodongo's Cavern as a child, and you can just do things in Dodongo's a lot faster by virtue of being taller. And you're just able to grab things and climb up things that Child Link normally couldn't, so. There's a chest right over here. See, I'm gonna chuck a bomb over to that wall, and then place a nice bomb right here. And then don't open this door until the cutscene is actually played, otherwise the stairs won't actually fall down. Alright, so we should have, what, 5 Skulltulas? Yeah, alright. We'll open this door real quick. I just kind of like wiggle my way back here and just open this chest, and then after I've gotten the item, which is our first bottle, I just slash my sword and kill this Armos. Alright, target, and then I can just kind of backflip a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There's another 20 rupee down here, or in that pot if you want to pick that up. Having rupees in the early game is a pretty nice thing to have, honestly, so I like to get them when I can. This Skulltula right here is pretty self-explanatory. You can get this with either a bomb, a bow and arrow, a hook shot. You can even grab onto the vines and do a very precise jump slash to get that Skulltula if you want to. I typically don't like doing that just because I'm not very good at it and it's a little bit inconsistent, so. Alright, so this room right here. This room has a lot of cool methods for skipping around a lot of rooms and getting to this chest. So this chest right over here, up here, you can get it a bunch of different ways. This one that I'm talking about, you can get to it quickly a bunch of different ways. You can do it the normal way, which is pulling out this little block over here and then jumping up to get to it. There's also different other methods. You can use a hook shot to get to it if you want. The method that I like to do it, which we're gonna probably have to do this anyway, or you're gonna have to do this anyway, is by jumping for that little ledge over there and grabbing it. And then from here, I kind of aim towards that little ledge down there with the chest, and then roll, and then do a jump slash, and easy peasy. Now, getting up to the bomb bag chest and skipping over a couple of rooms, there's a couple different methods you can do. One is the method that I just did, which is aiming for this little ledge as adult and just jumping for it. and grabbing on, and then you're up here, easy peasy. Another method that you can do if you want is a ground jump. I'm gonna go ahead and show you guys how to do a ground jump real quick. So you're gonna need a bomb bag, and you're gonna need a shield, as well as like a sword or stick or something like that. So the way that I do it, the way that it works is you're going to drop a bomb right in front of you, and then you're going to slash your sword, hold the shield button, and then try and grab the bomb while you're still shielding. And the game will try to grab it even though you're still shielding, and it'll lock you in this this position where you're just holding the shield, and the bomb will explode on your shield, and it'll make it so that you can't do a bunch of... It'll put you in this really specific state. So take the bomb, slash my sword, just like that, and then try and grab it before it explodes. And then, so I'm in this state right here where, let me see, I'm pressing my C buttons, like for the bow, and nothing's happening. I'm not sure if I can slash my sword either. No, I can't slash my sword. So in this state, Link is kind of locked up. And if I try to do, if I try to do a side hop or a backflip, what will happen is Link will kind of take that that stored damage, and it'll turn the backflip into this jump, just that goes straight up. So I'm gonna do a backflip, and I just kind of do this little jump. And that jump is enough to get you to a bunch of different ledges, like this one, for instance, right up here. So we're gonna do the same exact thing, drop the bomb, slash, hold shield, grab, and there you go. And then we'll we'll do our ground jump by just doing a backflip, and there you go. Easy peasy. We're gonna be doing a lot of ground jumps to kind of skip over some areas in this run, so it's kind of good to know how to do that early on. Alright, if you're a beginner, hitting that shortcut is not a bad idea, just in case you fall. There's a check right over here. And then lighting the Dodongo's eyes. It's pretty simple, just throw some bombs in the hole. You should be good to go. Alright, cool. Oh, is that true, Natser? Hold on, let me test something really quick, everybody. That's very interesting. Okay, so if you're playing on 4.0 and you have the display on the right that has Ocarina on the D-pad and all that, if you did the ground jump correctly, your Ocarina will actually be faded out, as you can't really use it at the moment. And then if you do the ground jump, it lights back up. So that's a kind of a cool indicator that you got the ground jump correctly. Another thing, I guess I should mention this as well. Your ground jump will fail if you take any damage. Like if you're too close to the bomb and the bomb hits you while you're in the recoil of the explosion, then you won't be able to do a ground jump. So I'll try and like showcase that and be a little too close. Okay, let me try that again. That might be... I'm too good at this. Alright, well, that should be close enough. There we go. So if that happens, then my backflip won't turn into a ground jump. So keep that in mind if you're messing it up. I'm going to come back here and I'm going to do this, take care of this Skulltula while I'm here. May as well. Oh wait, shoot. Oh, it actually still worked. Okay, cool. So there's a Skulltula back here, easy peasy. I'm gonna kill this Armos because I'm kind of low on bombs. I'm gonna hope for a bomb drop. No such luck. Oh well. To get back up here really quickly, you can do the normal method, which is just climbing this stuff. Or you can do another ground jump to climb up this block. You can also roll, by the way, when you're in this state before ground jump, so you don't have to worry about that. Rolling around will not disable your ground jump if you're concerned about that sort of thing. Yeah, if you got the bomb drop from that pot once before, it won't show up again. Now I'm trying to think. I think there's 2 other Skulltulas that I didn't really showcase, or is it 1? There's one that's in the staircase room that you need to either use the shortcut to get to, the one that where I hit the switch to make the platform rise up and down, or you can use a long shot to get to that one if you want to. This check right here is pretty self-explanatory. Drop the bomb right here. There's also a way to break this by using a hammer. If I had the hammer, I would show the setup, but unfortunately we don't have it right now. Yo, Demo Legends, thanks to the tier 1, dude. Kind of low on bombs. Probably gonna buy some in the store. Well, actually, that's gonna be kind of scary. Well, no, we'll see. I do have the bow. The bow is gonna make that a lot easier. We'll get there when we get there. I'm just kind of talking to myself. So this will get us our next spiritual stone. Going into Dodongo's Cavern is also not really that bad of an idea, even if it's a stone dungeon. Just because it's a pretty quick dungeon, and it doesn't really require that many items either to get your to get those checks. Alright, so I'm gonna go back up Death Mountain Trail, and I'm going to, what is it? Typically, if I have a bomb bag, as adult, I like to clear out Dodongo's Cavern, do some stuff in Goron City and Death Mountain Crater, as well as pick up any extra adult songs that I can. So, along Death Mountain Trail, there's also this spot right here. It's a little chest in the wall. There's another check that requires the Song of Storms, but we don't have that right now. We'll pick that up later. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to really quickly run over here, and I'm going to pick up the Skulltula. You can pick this up without the, oh shoot. No! You can pick up that Skulltula without the, what is it? The hook shot, yeah. By just jump slashing it and then backflipping onto the little railing. Alright, so we lost our dude. So we have our Link the Goron friend who's rolling around. A really easy way to stop him is actually using the bow and hitting this bomb flower right as he passes. Sometimes that can be a lot easier than using the bomb flower or a bomb to try and stop him. You can also use a Bombchu. Bombchu is a very easy way of stopping him. Okay. So, let's see. I'm a little low on rupees. Another easy 20 rupees that you can pick up is this pot right over here. And I'm pretty sure it's 80 rupees for 20 pieces, or for 20 bombs. So I'm gonna go ahead and turn that in. There we go. Having a good bomb count is helpful. It's helpful. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna do the Goron maze back here. You can use a bomb to blow up these rocks, or you can do this little jump that I've learned recently. You just kind of hold forward and you just jump around it. Right over here, we're going to, let's see. We're just going to go ahead and blow up these rocks in this specific order. So the right one. And then we're going to go to this left one over here. And then this rock right in front of us. And then there will be 2 chests back here, as well as a hint stone. Alright, we got our money back. Very good. In the Composer's Grave, Redead Guard Serious Song. So the Sun Song location has a Serious Song. And that is locked behind Zelda's Lullaby. So it's cool information. Alright, piece of heart. Cool. There is another chest back here behind these rocks. You can get to that using the silver gauntlets, the hammer, or the hover boots and explosives. I'll try and show off how you can do like the third one, because that one's a little bit more difficult to do. What I like to do is I like to go through here first. Because I like to pick up this this song and the Lost Woods and Sacred Forest Meadow before I continue on doing other stuff. You can also get these bombable grottos in Lost Woods. No Metagoron hint. I can do that on the way back if people really want to see that. But there is a hint stone next to the Metagoron that sells you the Giant's Knife. Alright, so we're gonna do Meadow skip. So there's a bunch of different methods that you can do for this. You can do this without the hookshot or the bow, but I have a lot of trouble doing that. I might try and show that off right now. But, so what I like to do is I like to get up as close to Meadow as possible, target this wall, and then I do the ESS turns that I was talking about. Just like that, 90 degrees, and then I do one ESS turn to the right, and then I pull out a bow, and I just backflip, and you just get right through. I'm going to show some other methods, or show different ways that you can go about doing that. So normally to get past Meadow you need Serious Song, which we actually know where it is exactly, but it's also nice to get past the dude and pick up the song early if you just don't want to have to worry about it and you're in the area. So another method that you can do if you don't want to do ESS stuff is you can run through this loading zone, and then that little crease right there that I'm aiming at, where those 2 walls kind of meet, you want to aim for that, like aim Link's head like directly for that, and then target. And then side hop a bunch, get into this corner, pull out your hookshot or bow, and then backflip. And sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it takes like a lot of backflips, and sometimes it just does not work straight up. If it doesn't work, what I like to do is I like to aim a little farther right, and that typically gets me through. I'll try and show off how you can do it without the need of a bow or a hookshot. Also, if you have a elemental arrow but no bow, you can still equip a fake bow onto your C button and do the Meadow skip method that way. That's a trick that I learned recently. So let's see. So the method for let's see, for doing this without, let me see. without the hook shot. I think I know some people, what they like to do is they like to do a, what is it? They buffer their backflip. So let's see. So you just hold back and then you pause, and then in the unpause, you mash, you hold back and you mash A. And that lets you do a backflip, even though normally you would just talk to the dude if you tried to backflip to him, backflip over him when you're super close to him. Okay, I think this is what I'm looking for, actually. There we go. So it works after a few tries, I guess, if you want to do that method. So moving right along, there's the salesman right over here. You need 40 rupees and an explosive to get this check. And it's the salesman on the left, not on the right. Right. There's another, what is it? Another check right here in the Sacred Forest Meadow. Where we take out these Wolfos. Alright. Got a little bit of our money back. That's really cool. Now, there's a couple of different methods for skipping this maze. If you don't want to have to deal with these dudes, there's a couple different methods that you can do. The easiest by far, I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this guy. So I'm just gonna make things easier. By far, the easiest way of skipping this is by using a ground jump. So. That, and then you just ground jump right up here, and easy peasy. There's a much trickier method for doing it without explosives. It involves killing the dude, so you can do that however which way you want to, and then side hop 2 times up to the wall, backflip, and then ESS turn, and then what I like to do is do this little roll just to make things. It helps me from not falling into the water. And then side hop 2 times, and then backflip. So right now I'm like I'm really close to the water, like I'm super close. And then I C up and angle it a little bit left, hold target, press A. This will kind of keep your angle like this. And then you're gonna roll, and Link will do this little jump. And as he does the jump, I like to hold upright, and it angles the jump so that I actually grab the ledge above me. So yeah, this might require a little bit of practice, but it's another method. If you just don't have any explosives, you can skip the maze that way. We have some hint stones up here. Death Mountain Crater is Way of the Hero. Alright, cool. Kind of on our way over there. We're in the Sacred Forest Meadow, which is Way of the Hero, so it's definitely one of the 2 songs that are here. Plundering Gerudo Valley is a foolish choice. Okay. So that means that every item in the Gerudo Valley is going to not have something important. It'll just be rupees or, you know, refills and stuff like that. Alright. Hopefully we'll get something like Zelda's Lullaby right here. Nice. Alright. Zelda's Lullaby is by far the most important song in the game, so getting that early on is really helpful. Alright. They say that Lon Lon Ranch is on the Way of the Hero. Okay, so that's all of our Way of the Hero hints, actually. That's Sacred Forest Meadow, which we just got Zelda's Lullaby, so that's probably what that is. Zora's Domain, Death Mountain Crater, and Lon Lon Ranch. Very cool. So, we're gonna have this guy speed us up along. Let me see. Just gonna go ahead and go. And we're gonna go ahead and head back to Goron City. Yo, later, Natser. Let's see. Let's leave this way. You can also read this hint stone while we're here. Cool. So the hints that we're missing, I think, are the Ocarina Time hint, the Big Goron hint, but we're not going to really need the Big Goron hint since we're about to turn that in. Let me make sure that I still have the eye drops. Cool. If you really, really want this hint stone, it's not something that I typically go for just because it's a lot of bombs. If you have like the hammer, it might be worth it, but there is a hint stone back here next to the Meadow Goron. Alright, cool. Alright, so we've mostly full cleared this area as adult, except for the one check in the back. Go ahead and pick up 20 more rupees. Alright, we'll run in here. So, let's see. Yeah, you can't really stay in here for too long without a Goron tunic. That looks like a shield or like, or some bombs, potentially. If you want to make sure that you don't, like, die while you're in here, you can just kind of leave and re-enter and maybe pick up a heart if you want to. I'm going to run over here to the right. I can't really pick up that song over there without either hover boots or a hook shot. What you can do is you can do the same thing that I did in the graveyard to figure out what this item is. Sometimes this one is a little bit harder than the other. Okay. So you figured out that was a, what is it? Just a recovery heart. That's the hole in the wall, so you just want to fall down there and then pick up that item. There's another check over here. Okay. And then I think the last thing that we're going to do is actually go up this way. And turn in both the eye drops and pick up that other item. I'll pick up the fairy fountain that's up here. Alright. Then as soon as you get the claim check, give it to him. Don't mash anything, just press the A button and you'll pick up your item. Alright, we got another bottle. Cool. Alright, so we'll be able to do this fairy fountain now that we have Zelda's Lullaby. And another bomb bag. Cool. Alright, from here, I think the best thing to do is to save and quit. Whenever you save quit in the overworld as adult, you just go straight back to the Temple of Time. So if you need to switch between adult and child, this is like the best way to do it. So we got that. We got another bomb bag. Very cool. So we did a good chunk of things as adult, but now there really isn't much left to do as adult. So we're gonna go ahead and go back as child. Alright. Now, earlier... Okay, so actually, it's a good time to put on the Deku shield that I got earlier. So earlier, I didn't do the Bombchu bowling that you can do if you have a bomb bag. Typically, I just don't do that until I have done a lot of other stuff with my rupees. I kind of hold it off for later. And now is definitely a good time to actually do it, so... What I'm actually going to do, you can do Bombchu bowling, thankfully, at any time of the day. So at either a daytime or nighttime. So what I'm going to do actually is I'm going to force it to be nighttime. And the reason for that is there's another check that we can do while we're in the market area at nighttime. And that's the, what is it? That's the richer check, which is getting the right dog to the dog lady. So the correct dog is over here in this corner, this little white dog. And make sure that he's following you. Alright, there we go. Once he's following you, you're good to go. Just don't run too far away from him, otherwise he'll just leave you. Go into this alleyway. And give the dog back to the lady. Alright, so go ahead and do Bombchu bowling now. So that automatically, you can get 2 items from this. They'll show up first. There's magic. Okay, cool. So I will show you guys how to do Bombchu bowling. So there's a really, really easy method for being able to do Bombchu bowling consistently. So the first one is just right down the middle. Now the second one and third one are a little bit more difficult. What I like to do is, what is it? I target, and then I back up away. I hold forward, and then I target, and then I back up a little bit, and pull out a Bombchu, and then let go of all my buttons. And I'm just going to let the Bombchu blow up over Link. So what that does is it gives me this very particular angle that works really well with setups. So now I'm just going to hold target, and just move around, and now I have this angle locked in. And then, depending on where the hole is, I'll move to certain spots to actually hit the hole correctly. So, if it's all the way to the far left, what I like to do is I like to be really close to the wall, and then just release a Bombchu. If it's all the way in the middle, up top, then I like to stand right where Link is standing right now, actually, just kind of facing this post, and you just let go of a Bombchu, and it'll hit the middle part, and also I guess it'll hit that one. You can also release the Bombchu from like right about here, and it'll hit that far right one. And then for the middle one, just same spot where I'm standing right now, just let go of that Bombchu. Easy peasy. Alright, hopefully that magic is real. It sure is. Alright, cool. So what I'm going to do now, if you actually win something, what I like to do is I like to, what is it? I like to say no and then manually talk to her. This makes it so that you don't actually have to play the game again if you don't get anything useful. So, for instance, I'm going to talk to her again. And, well, I guess the fire arrows are pretty useful. So we'll play this game again. You can just leave if she gives you nothing useful there. You don't have to play the game. So same as before, target. Back up a little bit, pull out the Bombchu, let go of all buttons. And this is a different location than before. This is the far left. Hold target, and then we're gonna go pretty close to the wall, let go of that Bombchu. And then for the middle one, just kind of stand right around the 5th or 6th peg from the left on the floor, and then just let go of the Bombchu. What is the seed? This is just a regular seed that I'm giving commentary for how to 100% do all the checks in the game. It's kind of like a guide. Alright, so we got fire arrows too. Very cool. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and leave. There's also a 20 rupee in this little box that I like to pick up. It's not necessary at all, but sometimes it's nice. And then from this point, you can go ahead and see Zelda. There's a couple of hint stones along the way. 30 Skulltulas, doesn't have anything. I'm going to take out the stick, and then I'm going to angle myself so that... this only works at nighttime, by the way. The guards have reduced vision at nighttime. But I'm going to angle this way, roll off, and then jump slash across. It's a cool little shortcut that you can do, so you don't have to go all the way around and through the rose bushes and all that sort of thing. Dragon Slayer with the 24 months in a row. Thank you so much for the 2 years, dude. I appreciate that. There's the second hint stone right over here. Alright, we already knew that. With these settings, you're going to get a lot of duplicate hints. Ooh. And then we'll run over this way. Yeah, we have not figured out what all dungeons is, actually. What song is on Ocarina of Time. But we'll figure it out eventually. Hint stones will tell us about that. Alright. I'm gonna pull out the chicken. Now what's cool is you can actually because of these bracket settings or these tournament settings, we don't actually have to do the stealth sequence, so you can go and talk to Zelda at nighttime or at daytime. Doesn't really matter, just as long as you actually have the chicken to wake up Talon. That's all that matters. There's another little trick that I can do right here is instead of pushing this box all the way up, you just push it up one push before it falls off, and then roll off, take your Deku stick, and then jump slash at the last moment, and you'll make it. Alright. We'll get our Zelda's letter, and then we'll get our song. Alright, let's see, Pona's song. Gives us access to the desert area, as well as a few other things. Alright, I like to fill up on rupees. And then move right along. I'm gonna go, actually, no, I'm not gonna. I'm actually gonna be a little bit slow. Why not? So what I'm gonna do, the typical thing that you do when you get Zelda's song is you run straight over to Long Lawn Ranch. You can do these, there are 2 checks here, a Skulltula and a song. Songs are really important in Randomizer. That's kind of why we go straight for them as soon as possible. The hint that I use to figure out which chicken is the right one is whichever one is like clucking at the floor as they're running along. Like this, maybe this guy, yeah. That's kind of like how I tell which one is the right one. Maybe it's this guy, actually. Nope. Is it you? There we go. You can also just pick them up and just throw them in a corner. That's also another good strategy for figuring out which one's the right one. Yeah, I did early adult. I could have gone a bunch of different ways. Hit this tree right here, bonk into it to pick up another Skulltula. Alright, 9 skulls, cool. Take out the Ocarina. Minuet. Alright, cool. That's actually pretty helpful for us. Gets us to the forest really, really quickly from here. Alright. Hey, Chaser, what's up, dude? Alright, so we're gonna go into the back here. We're gonna do the same trick that we did before with the graveyard and in Death Mountain Crater. We're gonna roll into this corner and then see up right as we're coming up from the roll. There we go. And that's Din's Fire. Maybe. Though the freestanding models can also be bait, so that might be an ice trap, but definitely gotta make sure. Just chilling and hungry? Hungry. Very cool. And that's Din's Fire. Very cool. It's both of our fire sources and our entryway into Shadow Temple. So from here, typically the best thing to do is save quit to get to the Kokiri Forest, or you can play Minuet if you have it. This will immediately get you the child song in Sacred Forest Meadow. Which is the Song of Time. Okay. Alright, from here, I'm gonna go ahead and do some cleaning up in the Lost Woods before we go into the Deku Tree. And the Deku Tree looks like it's going to be our last stone, so we'll be able to get the song on Ocarina of Time really early. Typically, getting the song on Ocarina of Time is kind of difficult. It's one of the last things that you do, but in this seed, it's actually going to be one of the first things that we do. Alright, so in the Lost Woods, there's a few things that we can do. There's a salesman under the bridge right over there. Let's see, what else is there? We've already done the grottos, kind of in the back of Lost Woods. The slingshot target we'll get to later since we don't actually have a slingshot. We can play the Ocarina minigame though, that's over here. Thankfully, the Ocarina minigame is not as torturous as it was in vanilla. You only have to memorize 5 notes and we'll get our item. Up A, left A, and down. Oh, I'm a fool. Alright. The only other check that we can do in the Lost Woods is the salesman check. And the reason that I'm kind of like leaving that one for last is because climbing up from there is kind of a pain in the butt. So I'm gonna... And you also have to give up 40 rupees, which I don't really want to give up my 40 rupees if the item is bad. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to... first of all, there's a skulltula right here, so... Soil patch. This will be a quick one. What I recommend every single time that you use use a bug for a soil patch is always pick up one of the bugs. And as long as one of the other bugs actually goes into the soil, or in the hole, then you'll get your skulltula. I don't want to give up a lot of Deku sticks, so I'm going to actually use my bombs since I have a lot of those. Alright, I have 10 skulls. Very good. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to save my game. This will make it so that if the item that I get from this guy is bad, then I can just reset the game and not actually lose my rupees. The Ocarina of Time has the Sun Song. Okay. It's very unlikely that that is going to be required, but at least we know. Alright, let's see what he's got. He has a heart piece. I don't really care about that, so I'm just gonna go ahead and reset the console. Since I was gonna go to Kokiri Forest anyways, this is just kind of a faster way of doing it, and I get to keep my rupees. I have read all the skull hints. 30, 40, 50 don't have anything, but I am going to get 50 skulls just for the sake of the tutorial, so that people can... Oh shoot, I dropped bugs in my house. No. What am I doing? Come back. Okay. Oh, shoot. Let's go over this way. What is it? So this is typically where you would buy a shield if you needed one. I already have a shield, so I'm just gonna buy more sticks. Like I said, sticks are really, really important, so I like to have as many as possible. There's a little fiver back there if you don't know it. Alright, let's use our bugs on the soil patch over here. This is another easy one that you can use, you can get if you have a bottle and bugs. I'll also kind of along the way try and show you guys some like bug locations if you are having trouble actually getting bugs in a bottle, since not everybody knows where they are. Hey, what's up, Shesh? So there's some hint stones around Deku Tree that some people, even myself, I didn't really know that there was one of these back here. One of them was really easy. The other one, I was like, I had no clue you could get back there. So this hint stone, let's see, Zora's Domain's Way of the Hero. Cool, we know about that. And then you climb up this little part of the tree and side hop across. And you just kind of round the tree, and there's actually another hint stone over there. Oh, I'm sorry. Dang. I got the ginger ale and Gatorade and stuff. Alright, 40 skulls is nothing. Oh, hi, your ball. Hey, yo, bud. When I'm done with this, I will take you out, I promise. Here, I'll give you pets. I will give you loving pets. Here, let me get to the vines. So 80, 50 skull seed. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm gonna do it for the sake of the tutorial. Alright, Deku Tree is also a pretty easy dungeon. All you really need is a shield, Deku stick, and some nuts to clear this out, and we have that and plenty more stuff. Oh, wizard. Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. What I like to do in this room is I don't want to jump on that bad boy, because if I do, then I'm actually stuck in here, because I don't have a slingshot. So I just roll off to the left and pick this item up first. Ooh, a scale. Okay, cool. It's actually helpful routing-wise. Piece of heart, and then we're going to use this thing to get out of here. If we use that thing on accident, then we're actually soft locked in the room, and you're gonna have to save and quit to get out. So getting past the Waltulas is a skill that you kind of have to develop. You have to be really patient with if they're looking at you or not, and just run when they're not looking. We're far enough away here. We're gonna wait for them to look. Yeah, we're gonna be fine. Once you get past a certain point, you don't really have to worry about them catching you. Alright, I'm gonna do this little trick here. This isn't necessary to learn at all, but it's kind of helpful. It's this thing called flame storage. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take out my Deku stick and light it. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to position Link so that the Deku stick will be a little bit ahead of the flame, so that when I put away the Deku stick, oh shoot, when I put away the Deku stick, it'll lean back into the flame, and then it'll disappear into Link's pocket, and that'll store the flame when I pull out the Deku stick next. So I'm gonna take it out, and then right about there, I think actually will work. And so it's not necessary to do that, but it is kind of this little speed up trick that you can use if you want to. The Megaton Hammer. Cool. It's pretty helpful. And then as I go up here, I pull out my Deku stick, and there you go, flame storage. And I can just light that torch really quickly. Alright, I'm gonna use a bomb here on the Skulltula. Easy peasy Skulltula. Uh-oh. So what I like to do to get past this dude is, instead of using a Deku stick, I like to roll forward and then quickly throw down a nut, and it'll stun him before he gets down. And I just jump off. I like to side hop here too. It'll get me on this upper ledge instead of having to climb up here later. And now for these two Skulltulas. So I always get this one with a Deku stick, but this one over here is a lot more difficult, so I like to only get it if I have either a slingshot or bombs. Also, chuck a bomb over there. Pick this up. So there's multiple ways, So there's multiple ways of doing what I'm going to do here in a second, which is the fabled B1 skip. And there's also a bunch of different ways to light the cobweb that's over there. If you don't like doing the B1 skip, then you can just come here with the slingshot later and do it the old-fashioned way, but I like to do the B1 skip all the time. So if you're interested in that, I will show you some different methods that I use. So for, let's see, the easy way is to just do a ground jump. So instead of having a Kokiri sword to do this, you're gonna have to pull out a stick and then shield with the stick, and then try and hold and try and pick up the bomb, and then you'll pull out your shield. So what you're gonna do is you're going to drop bomb, pull out stick, shield, grab, and then your shield will come out, and then you'll ground jump. Easy peasy. No problemo. And you have to ground jump in this little divoted area in the floor, otherwise it won't work. You won't get high enough. So that's the easy way. There's more difficult ways to do it without the explosives. So there's one way that I never use this method ever. Like I've retired using this method, but I know it's really popular, so I'll show it off if I can. So what you do is you go in the water and you target this stone wall specifically, and you go over to the right, and then you just roll into this corner until Link stops moving, and then backflip, backflip, side hop right, side hop left, and then what you do is you see up, and you're going to target. So the very left edge of my B button, I want to line that up with the, what is it? With this little texture in the ceiling. Like, you see that little gray texture that I'm lining it up with? You want to line it up with that little black line. So there's like a white line and a black line, and you kind of want to line it up there in that, on that black line a little bit. And it's really precise. What you do once you think you lined it up is you target, press A to hold that, and then you roll once, and then you need to do a frame perfect roll. So I'm gonna pause, and then unpause, hold forward, and mash roll. And a lot of times I dunk in the water, but if you do it right, you'll actually jump up and you'll actually grab the ledge. Now I'm gonna show you a different method that I like to use. Is I target this little wall right here, and there's this little splotch, this little red splotch right above Link's hat that I line up with, and I like to be more on the right side of that splotch than anything else. So right about here is good. And then I'm going to ESS turn, there we go. And you want Link's hat to line up with that little right side of the divot. And then side hop left, and then roll. You're gonna press A to roll, to do a side roll, and then you have to time it so that you get this frame specifically where Link is kind of going into his roll. You don't want to be one frame too late or too early. You want to have this frame specifically. And then once you get it, you're gonna hold up and you're gonna press pause, or you're gonna unpause, and Link should just magically grab the ledge, just like that. So B1 skip can be a little bit difficult. If you don't like it, then you can just use the slingshot, or you can just try practicing that technique to skip a good chunk of the Deku Tree. So now for lighting, now for the cobweb. So there's a bunch of different ways you can do this. If you have a fire source like Din's Fire, you can definitely just do that and light this up, and it'll be no problem. You can also flame storage off of that little torch, and then you just pull out the stick and then light it right here. You can also, there's a bunch of different methods for this torch right here. What I do is I like to target right here, face the other way, target, pull out a stick, go into this little corner, and then just backflip and mash until I light my torch. So there's that way. You can also push the block and just do it the vanilla way. Like push it all the way down and then light it off that torch. Or you can push it just a little bit and then climb up, and then you want to aim to the right of the torch, pull out your stick. Actually, hold on, that's right. So you need to pull out your stick mid-jump. I forgot about that. I haven't done this in a while. So roll jump, pull out mid-jump, and if you did it right, you should be able to light it on that torch. Ah, I think I need to pull this thing back one. Alright. I guess I'm like holding backwards. I need to not do that. Or I guess I'm actually pulling it out a little too early. I have not done this in so long, holy crap. There we go. Gotta pull it out like right there at the very end. And then you just, there you go. Burn that cobweb. And then we've got 2, 3, 1. Oh shoot, how did I? Come on. There we go. Oop. I'm sorry, bud. Alright, so, for Queen Gohma, I'm going to show you another little trick that'll help you immensely with Gohma, and just like, it helps make your using sticks a lot more efficient. So, I'm going to show you how to get a broken Deku stick. What you're going to do is you're going to target a wall, and then you're going to backflip, shield, roll, and then take out a Deku stick, and then jump slash the wall. There's also another way of doing it without the shield flick. It's target wall, backflip, untarget, retarget, roll, and that should get you a straight roll. And then pull out Deku stick and jump slash the wall. And you now have this broken Deku stick that you can just slash as many times as you want to, and it won't break again. It'll only go away if you put it away, though. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go take this and defeat Queen Gohma. There's another little trick that, if you haven't played Ocarina of Time or seen anybody play it before, there's this trick called power crouch stabbing, where the crouch stab that you can do, let me see, how do I phrase this? It will take on the damage value of the last attack that you did. So I'm going to do a Deku Stick jump slash, and then every single time I do a crouch stab from now on, it's going to have Deku Stick jump slash damage stored into the crouch stab. So it lets me do lots and lots of damage really, really quickly. So we're going to use these two things together to beat Gohma. So what we're going to do is we're going to use nuts instead of the slingshot. The nuts only stun her for a little bit, but if you hit her with a nut, and then you're gonna crouch stab, and then throw a nut immediately after the crouch stab, that'll re-stun her, and it'll let you do even more damage. Keep her in a stun state for longer. So Crouch stab, nut immediately after, and then 1, 2. Easy Gohma fight. So it's so it's, what is it? Oh hey, Bombchu is cool. So it's nut stab, stab. If you need something to memorize how the fight goes, it's nut stab, stab. All right, so we have all of our stones. Cool. So what we're gonna do now is we're going to, let's see. So since we have the Zora scale, what I'm gonna go ahead and do is I'm going to use it on the shortcut that's inside of the Lost Woods. Now we already figured out pretty much everything that's in Zora's river, so we don't have to worry about any of that. We can just go straight to Zora's domain now. Although it wouldn't be a bad idea to actually pick up some, what is it? Some magic beans, actually, just in case. So, we'll probably go ahead and just do that just in case. Why not? Nut stab, nut stab? No, it's nut stab, stab. Alright. So yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just go down here just for the magic beans specifically. There's also a Skulltula that I could get along the way. It's a pretty easy Skulltula to pick up. Alright, so Skulltula is right over here. It's bonking this tree all the way down here at the bottom. This one's easy peasy. I'm gonna go ahead and do that. I'm also going to place that bomb down a little bit early. Alright, there's our Skulltula. Yeah, 15 so far. I'm gonna take my chicken, and I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to let him play around in the playpen back here, while the adults conduct their business and actually get the magic beans. Alright, I feel like 3 magic beans is definitely the maximum amount of beans that you'll need to get is 4, but even then, you're probably never gonna need to actually get 4 beans. What I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna get a few more rupees just in case, because there's actually some stuff coming up soon that's gonna require some rupees. So what you can do if you want some rupees in this area is go over to the frogs and just play one of the songs that you have. So like Zelda's Lullaby, one of the 6 child songs, and they will immediately give you 50 rupees. This is a great way to farm rupees if you really need them. Take our chicken. So I'll also show you guys how to cucko dive. So now a lot of the time you'll be in this area and you won't have Zelda's Lullaby, which means that you won't be able to get into Zora's domain. But you actually can get into Zora's domain if you do this really easy trick with the cucko. So take your chicken. We're gonna go all the way up here. You're gonna go all the way to the left. And it's pretty simple. You just kind of want to get in this corner, target, and then kind of like flick back right and target. And really, that's kind of like the angle that you're looking for. Is just like this little spot between the wall and the waterfall. So I'm gonna do it again. So just target, flick back right, target, and then just hold forward. And there you go. You're inside Zora's domain. Now, there's also a Skulltula right out there that I forgot to mention that's on the ladder. I just didn't want to lose the chicken. I feel like that was more important to mention. But yeah, you can get that as well. You can get some sticks, a stick and some nuts right here if you want to. If you're missing some, it's a really easy spot to get some resources. And inside Zora's domain, Zora's domain is actually Way of the Hero, so we're probably going to find something here. They say that a hero ventures beyond the wasteland to learn the Song of Storms. Okay. So, the Requiem location has Song of Storms. Cool. So we have almost everything, all of the hints that we need. The only thing that we're missing is a barren hint location. Or barren location, that's all we're missing. So, there's a couple things that we can do here. One is the dive minigame, and one is lighting all the torches in the area. There's a lot of different ways that you can do this. You can use Din's Fire, actually, to light the torches down there really easy peasy. You can also use flame storage in a really creative way. I'm going to just show you guys the Din's Fire way, just to show you guys how cool Din's Fire is if you utilize it correctly. So play the minigame, we'll dive down. Yo, what's up, Ian? Pick that up. Oh, it's horrible. I wasn't even trying. Alright, once you do that, we're gonna pull out Din's Fire. We're gonna use it over here on this torch. So in order to get this this chest to spawn, it's this torch right here, that one over there, and then those two behind the waterfall. Those are the ones that you actually need to light. So we're gonna light this one over here with the Din's Fire. And we're gonna take our Deku Stick, and we're going to light the last three. And this will be a little bit faster, because then I won't actually have to come all the way back down to get this check. That's the hook shot. Alright, you can definitely say that the hook shot is Way of the Hero. So that's a very, very good item to pick up. So that's Sacred Forest Meadow taken care of, Zora's Domain taken care of. We haven't really found anything, I would say, that's Way of the Hero in Death Mountain Crater. And then there's the Lon Lon location, which had Din's Fire, that's correct, yeah. So, that makes sense. So let's go up here and talk to this dude. So the only thing that we're really missing now is whatever's in Death Mountain Crater, Way of the Hero wise. Alright, so we've got our 2 checks. If you have Ruda's letter, it's a good time to turn that in to move the King Zora, the big old fish. We're going to use the scale to take this shortcut and get to Lake Hylia. It's a really easy way to get here. And that, what is that? I think this is a shield. That looks like a Hylian shield, yeah. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So we're back here in Lake Hylia. Yo, Ian, thanks for the 100 bits, dude. Have you talked about the general rule of thumb about fully clearing out Way of the Hero locations? Oh yeah, well yeah. It's if the game tells you that Death Mountain Crater is Way of the Hero, then it's a general rule of thumb that you should, even if you found something that is important, like the Megaton Hammer in Death Mountain Crater or something, it's still a good general rule of thumb to full clear the area out, just in case, because just because you found a good item in there doesn't mean that the game actually is talking about that item. They might be talking about a Din's Fire that is hiding behind the hammer that you just picked up or something. So it's generally a good idea just to full clear it out, just to be on the safe side. But I mean, this video is more geared towards people just being able to full clear areas, just like all of the checks and how you can clear them. So thanks to the 4.0 update, you don't actually need the Kokiri sword to do child fishing. So this is a sphere 0 check. You don't need any items to do this check. You can do it whenever, just as long as you have 20 rupees. And for fishing, I just like to do this fish, just try and lure him out and do the best that I can. For fishing, I lure them in as quickly as close as possible, and then just kind of hope, just wait. And if they bite, that's great. If they don't, just try again. I just mash B to get them close. There we go. And then once I've actually got them hooked on, I hold both B and A, and then I hold back with the analog stick. And that helps with the actual fishing part. No! Alright. Be sure to be a good Samaritan and give him his fishing rod back. Now, I was going to put down the, what is it? I was going to put down the bean, but, what is it? Well, we found the hook shot, so we don't have to worry about that. Also, if you're in the Lake Hylia area, always make sure to set Scarecrow Song. Just pull out your Ocarina and set Scarecrow Song. Make sure to always do that. I was kind of in the middle of doing other stuff. Alright. Pull out these bugs. This is also another easy spot to get Skulltulas if you really want them. Actually, I'm gonna use a bomb. Yeah, bomb seems to work best. All right, cool. So what I'm going to do now, actually, there's a couple of things that I can do in here, but I'm gonna save them for later because we're gonna do this little loop where I'm gonna go into Hyrule Field and pick up a few grottos, and then I'm gonna go into Gerudo Valley and pick up a couple things, as well as, and then I'm gonna loop around back into Lake Hylia that way. Now, if something tells you, earlier the game told me that Gerudo Valley is barren, and it is. There are no useful items in there, but I'm just going there and showing you how to get the items just so that you guys know how to get them. But if a game tells you that an area is barren, don't go there. Or when I say don't go there, you will not find any important items in that area. That's what I mean. So, if Jabu Jabu's belly is barren, but Jabu Jabu's belly is also a medallion, you need to beat the dungeon. Just, you don't need to pick up all the items in that area. Alright, so that, this, and there's one last grotto hanging out over here. Oh, shoot. Is this going on YouTube? Yeah, most likely. I've been wanting to do something like this for a while now, actually, so. Just haven't picked a day to do it, and I didn't really have anything planned. That was Rudo's letter, okay. Very cool. So that's a very important item, and what's really good about that is that in this little loop that we're doing, we'll actually be in the area to turn it in, and that's also very important. So if you get Rudo's letter, it's generally a good idea to route in a situation where you can just turn it in, so that way you can go to areas like Ice Cavern and Jabu's Belly and Zora's Fountain and such. Alright, so Gerudo Valley. So these checks, you can get them as adults. Like the waterfall check over to the right, you can get as adult if you want to. You can also get the one in the box if you have, what is it? I think the long shot and hover boots, or just the long shot, I'm not sure. But you can very easily get them as child just using this Kako over here. Just run off to the left, and it's this little box. Alright, that's a bomb refill, we don't need that. And then there's this little trick that you can do where you can kind of see through the waterfall once you get close enough. So, jump off, aiming towards the waterfall, and then hold Z target. And you're just going to hold forward, and we're going to see if you can peek inside and find if it's shiny like a heart piece or a... that looks like some arrows, so we're not going to get that. We don't need that. There's also a hint stone over here. The Goron crafts a bug bottle. Yes, it sure does. He sure does. There's a soil patch over here. Typically, you're not gonna get the Skulltula, but it is here. And if you need Skulltulas, then this is a good spot, if it's along the way. Yo, pretty MF. You know we're always gaming out here. We're always gaming. Alright, so now what's left? And typically when I take this loop into Lake Hylia, I like to hop off to the right and read this hint stone. And there's 2 more hint stones in Lake Hylia as well. Okay. There's one in that very, very back corner over there, and also all the way back there in that very, very back corner of the map. There's a couple of hint stones. Typically, those are not very good hint stones, and I don't get them usually, but there are certain opening routes where it actually makes sense to pick up those hint stones and get some useful info. But, yeah, I'm just letting you know where they are. I'm not going to go out of my way to actually get them, but yeah. So we're gonna go back in here since we have Gerudo's letter, and we're gonna turn in this, return it in. Now Jabu is required. Let's see. Jabu's required, and I want to get rid of, yeah. There we go. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get a fish. And you can do some stuff in the Zora's Fountain as child if you want to. Okay. We'll show him the letter. And I have my fish in a bottle. So, just because I have really, really bad memory, and because I think it's like just a decent strategy, what I like to do is, once I give him the letter, I like to, well, first of all, I'm actually going to do some other things, but I like to have my fish, and I like to drop it off. Even if I'm not going to actually go into Jabu's belly, I like to drop it off just so that I don't have to worry about it later. There's a hint stone right there, and there's another hint stone in the very back corner. Oh shoot. So there's also another Skulltula back here. I'm gonna pick that up. Very easy Skulltula to get. Jabu's belly is barren. Okay. Well, there you go. That's our other barren location. Perfect. So that's really good because I was actually going to go inside Jabu and check out the first item, but it's barren, so we don't actually have to do that. We can do that later. So I'm pretty sure I have at least 15 skulls and Jabu's belly. is barren. So we have actually every single hint. Everything else that we could be looking at right now is a duplicate, so we don't have to worry about that. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to drop off my fish. And this is also, I actually forgot about this. This is another really good strategy. So Pharaoh's Wind was changed a little bit so that you can have a warp point both as child and as adult. And if you go between child and adult, it won't actually delete your warp point. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go in Jabu's belly. And I'm going to place a warp point here with Pharaoh's Wind. And this will be really good because whenever I get the boomerang and I want to come back here and finish Jabu's belly, instead of having to run all the way back, all I need to do is go inside of a dungeon really quick and then use Pharaoh's Wind to warp in here. Let me see. Hey, bud. So now that I've done that, I'm going to go ahead and play Serenade. And we're going to pick up our Ocarina of Time song, since we have all of our stones taken care of. Hey, lay down, bud. I love you, but you have to lay down. You have to ease. Aw, hey. I know. Oh, hey, no, you can't lay in the lap. Down. Okay, you want me to move this? Goodness gracious. Alright. Using Serenade just warps us in here real quick. Alright. Let's pick this bad boy up. Let's try. Not first try, second try. Third try. Okay, we got it. Alright, so that's our sun song. Sun song will actually help us a lot with Skulltulas, believe it or not. So let's see, we're gonna go this way actually, because we haven't really gone to Kakariko at all. So, one really important thing, there is a check in the Kakariko graveyard that you can get as child. It's the Dampe digging check. Now, what's really wacky about this check is that he doesn't actually show up at what is it? At any point in the nighttime. He shows up at a very specific point at night between like 6 and like 9 o'clock or something like that. So in order to make this work, you can't play Sun Song in an area where time doesn't pass, and then, or you can't like play Nocturne and then just play Sun Song and he appears. You have to play Sun Song in an area like Hyrule Field or the Gerudo Valley, someplace where time actually passes, and then you can go in the graveyard. So now that it's like the beginning of nighttime, he will actually show up there. It's really, really wacky why it's that way, but it just is. At nighttime Kakariko, you can also pick up 5 Skulltulas really easily. 4 without the requirement of any item, and there's a 5th one that you need either a slingshot or you need Bombchus to get to it. So that one is really easy, just bonk the tree. And we're also gonna set up Skull Mask as well while we're here. So our second Skulltula is right over here on the side of this house. We can actually do our 10 and 20 checks while we're here. That's perfect. So to set up Skull Mask, you show the dude the letter. This is for YouTube, and I guess my own sanity as well, why not? Alright, for this, this is the Skulltula that I was talking about that requires either a slingshot or Bombchus. With Bombchus, I just line up like this and then throw it out. Alright. Easy peasy. Alright, and there's a couple more in this area. Oh, and I was bug locations. So this little rock right here actually has some bugs underneath it. If you're interested in, if you're having trouble actually finding bugs and putting them in a bottle, that's a really consistent spot where bugs will always show up. And then there's another Skulltula right over here. I'm gonna go ahead and do my 10 and 20 Skulltula checks. Alright, a nice stick. Alright, cool. So this is where you're also going to do your 30, 40, and 50 check. So I'm not going to come back here and do those. I'm just going to collect another like 30 skulls just to, you know, show you, you know, good spots to find some easy Skulltulas. Also, this is another really good location to find bugs. Under this rock right over here will give you bugs consistently. So, 2 really good spots for bugs. Here is Dampe. Just talk to him and give him 10 rupees and he will automatically give you whatever item he has. Double defense, cool. Alright, so. Some other checks that you can do is you can pull this back here, this little gravestone, and it'll give you, if you have Sun Song, just play it right over here. And you'll get your chest. Alright, cool. We're gonna go back here. And when you get Zelda's Lullaby, this is where you can get another free song. And I'm pretty sure this is Saria's song, actually, from a hint that we got earlier. So this can be a little bit challenging for people that don't actually have like a slingshot or the boomerang to take care of these guys. There's a really easy way to do it with just a single stick and some nuts. So do the same thing that we did in the Deku Tree, where you're gonna get a broken Deku stick. So backflip, flick, roll, take out the stick, jump slash. And now you have a stick that you can use. And just use some nuts to take care of these keys. And you're good to go. So, there's also another check down here where you light these torches. You can do this with either, as adults with the fire arrows or with Din's fire. Doesn't really matter. You can also do it in this other method if you don't have any fire source, using flame storage that we were talking about earlier. I'm kind of bad at this method, but hopefully I get it first try. But either way, we're going to go and pick up the song first. Here's Saria's. Okay, so we're gonna take our stick and light it here, and then we're gonna move a little bit forward, and then put it away, and that should store it. And then what I'm gonna do is I'm going to line up right here, and then I'm going to take out the stick, and I'm gonna side hop, and I think it's lit. Yeah, okay, so just keep side hopping. This is the tough part. You're gonna need to be on the very, very left edge here. And it will light that torch as you go in. If you don't do that correctly, then you won't have enough time to actually light that torch. But if you do it that way, correctly, then you'll get this check. So that's one way to do it without a fire source. But if you have Din's fire arrows and magic, then you'll be good to go. So, also another good spot for, what is it, for Skulltula. There's a Skulltula on the wall over there. If you have a boomerang, then you can get that. That's the only glitchless way to get that Skulltula as far as I'm aware. And then there's also the soil patch right over here. Alright, 24. So let's see. We're gonna do another, what is it? So another check that we can do in this area during the daytime is chickens. The infamous chickens. I'll show you. So there's multiple different routes that you can take from back here. I'll just show you where all the chickens are. So there's this first one right here. What I do with this one is I take it over to this area. And then I jump right there. And then once I'm like right around here, I just throw it off to the left and then go down and pick this bad boy up. This is just kind of like different methods for rounding these guys up for later. I throw this guy right over here when I'm kind of in the corner. And then I like to climb up there, climb up this ladder, pick up this last chicken over here in this area. And then hopefully, if I did it correctly, I might have been a little slow on one of the chickens. They are all rounded up for me, so I can just chuck them. The key thing about chickens is that they will always run away from you in a straight line wherever you are after you throw them. So just kind of herd them in whichever direction you want to get them to go. And it'll kind of help speed this up a little bit. So there's 3 so far. And we need to get... if you're ever worried if you've got all the chickens or not, there are 7 in total, so just kind of count them. So we got 3 in the pen so far. We'll take our cuck over here. We're going to throw them right over here in this little area. Knock this box open. There's a chicken in here. And then get him to run away from you. And then... this last little cucko. We'll take him and we're going to go on top of this little house. And I'm gonna fly over to this chicken on this little island area in his little pen. Throw them over to the left, get this guy from out of the box, and then just kind of herd them like this. Like again, they're gonna just run away from me in a straight line. And 4, 5, 6, where are you? 7. Alright, there we go, we did chickens. Very much worth it. What's happening? Does the seed hate you? Oh, no. It's, I'm doing everything just for the sake of the video, so that, you know, it's just for educational purposes. It's not like a 50 skull all dungeon seed, don't worry. Alright, so, let's see, for setting up a skull mask, so you turn in the letter, and then we're gonna come back over here. It really helps if you have Sun Song, so you can kind of control time of day and not have to worry about things too much. Oh, no, this is actually like a guide. I'm trying to be helpful. So we're gonna go over here, and this will open up the mask trading sequence. Pick up the Keaton's mask for free. So we should have like 25 skulls. Good. Okay. Go over back here. There's one check that we can do back here in the Hyrule Castle area. It's the fairy fountain where we normally get Din's fire. So you're gonna need an explosive and Zelda's Lullaby in order to get this one. I'm Unfortunately, we don't really have any great warp songs to utilize here. I guess we could just play Serenade from back here. Hey, the light arrows. Cool. I'll go ahead and play Serenade. We definitely need those. They are needed in every single seed, no matter what. I'm gonna play Serenade, just so that I can warp a little bit faster. That's all I'm really using it for. Excuse me, Professor, will this be on the test? Oh, man. Alright, so now that we have, what is it, Saria's song, we can also do, so we're kind of setting up to round back and kind of clean up an area, actually. We're doing it a little slow, but, you know, it's for the purpose of the video, so it's not really matter. It doesn't really matter. So this is the accessible rule set, so it's mostly glitchless plus the addition of ground jumps and flame storage and stuff like that. But nothing like infinite sword glitch, hovering, super slides, Hess, Wes, clipping, nothing like that is allowed. We're gonna go back to the same guy, give him the Keaton mask. Alright, cool. And we're gonna get out of here. Ground jump is used in a bunch of different ways, actually, and it helps speed up areas, but it doesn't really break any locations where you get to skip gigantic chunks of dungeons or anything like that. But it does help for Ice Cave, yeah. It's very true. Alright, I'm gonna go back over this way. Play Sun Song once again. Am I gonna make it? Uh-oh. Come on. No, I don't want to fall, dude. Come on, game. Give me a break. Oh my god. I tried so hard, dude. But in the end, it didn't really matter. I was trying to be super slick, dude. I was trying to jump onto it right as it was falling, but it didn't work. Okay. Alright, so finally... Oh, hey, bud. We're gonna go over here and pick up the skull mask. And then from here we're gonna save and quit. So saving and quitting in the overworld as child, instead of bringing you back to the Temple of Time, it brings you back to Link's house. So this is a really easy way to get back to the forest if you really want to do that. We could also have used Minuet. Actually, we should have used Minuet. It's okay. I am playing on N64 using an EverDrive cart. So now that we have Saria's song, we can take care of a couple of things. Saria's song unlocks Skull Kid and Darunia, and it also helps for what is it, frogs too. What's the difference between the logic and no logic seeds? No logic means that items can be placed anywhere, like no matter what. So like hammer can be placed in hammer locked locations. What is it? Or mirror shield can be locked in mirror shield locked locations. So just like they can be placed in impossible spots where you would need to use glitches or something to get through to them. Stuff like that. Hey, more magic. Cool. So now we're gonna go do Skull Mask. Turn that in, and right next to Skull Mask is are also some Skulltulas, or a Skulltula that you can pick up. Alright. So now you have to magically get inside. There we go. I like to look away from all the dancing scrubs so that it doesn't lag too much. Alright. Nothing there. So now what we're going to do is we're going to go into Goron City. We can actually full clear Goron City as child. And the only thing that'll be left in there is the very, very back of the Goron maze, which we will eventually get to opening up. So, you actually, I'm gonna showcase something kind of cool. What you can do is, if you don't have Zelda's Lullaby, you can light these torches and do the Goron pottery if you have Din's Fire. You use Din's Fire and then just light these torches, and you never actually have to use Zelda's Lullaby. Now, if you actually, but of course we're going to be doing it anyway for Darunia's Joy, but I just wanted to point that out, that you can actually do this check without needing Zelda's Lullaby. Get really close to this guy. Ooh, that is not serious song. There we go. Bombs. Okay. So, you can get this Goron pottery check with it actually is in logic with just using a Goron bracelet. And so the way that it works, I guess I should do it like maybe a couple more times to make sure that people know how to do it. So some people sometimes think that it's RNG, whether or not you get the correct the item that's inside of it. So the trick to it, I'm gonna wait for it to start actually rotating again. The trick to it is to pull out your bomb when you see the just the neutral face. So there's the angry face, and then there's the neutral face. Pull out your bomb when you see it from this angle, and then chuck it in. And you will always get the smiley face when it rotates. There you go. You can even get some extra cash if you really want to. Now for the rolling, so you can get that check with just a Goron bracelet if you want. It's really tough with the Goron bracelet, but you can do it. You can do it with a Bombchu. I actually don't know the setup for the Bombchu. It's been a long time since I've done it. And you can do it with bombs. Now, Mr. Rolling Goron, he actually will check if you have a bomb bag in your inventory, so you can't get this with just Bombchus alone. You have to use a bomb, or you have to have a bomb bag for this guy to give you an item, so. And you also have to be kind of standing back here, where people can't see him, otherwise he won't give you the item. There you go. So from here... How much do randomizers cause someone to hate bloopies? I mean, at this point, I'm pretty, like, lax about it. I've just, like, since I've played so many randomizers, or so many seeds, I've just kind of been desensitized to just getting garbage. If anything, I'm surprised whenever I get a good item, actually. Like when you play enough randomizer, you don't really focus on like the items that you get. You just focus on the routing that you do to get those items. All right, so we've done quite a bit of Child Link. We've done almost everything. There's only a few things really that are left. So we're gonna go back adult with all of our new items and see what we can do. So it's these moments of time where you kind of have to take inventory and see the items that you have and think what the next best location is going to be. So for example, we can actually go into the forest. Oh wait, hold on. What am I talking about? Yeah, we can go into Forest Temple. The only thing that we're missing to full clear forest is a strength upgrade. That's right. So the key things to full clear forest is hookshot, bow, strength upgrade. That's all you need. So we're missing the strength upgrade part. However, that doesn't mean that we can't go into Forest Temple and do a good chunk of it. We can do like the first like half, I would say. And it's very possible that you might actually find a good item inside a Forest Temple that you'll need for something else. So in Forest Temple, first check is right over here at the very beginning. It's also the first Skulltula. Forest also probably has the easiest 5 Skulltulas that you'll get, just because they're all on the way. There's a key. Typically the first thing that I do immediately is I go straight for the Stalfos. I also pick up this Skulltula right here. That's correct. So like typically in a Ocarina of Time randomizer seed, the settings to beat the game are to just get all the medallions. You don't typically have to get all of the stones as well. Sometimes you do. There are certain cases where you might actually have to get all the stones. But, to beat the game, to spawn the Rainbow Bridge, to get to Ganon's Castle, you just need to get all the medallions with these settings. The Ocarina of Time song was Sun Song. Nice. Alright, so... to get to the courtyard area, all you really need is a hookshot and either the bow or Song of Time. I have both. I'm gonna go this way. I'm gonna showcase some cool things that you can do in Forest Temple. So first we're gonna get this little check right here on the ledge. Cool, got a big sword. Haven't seen that guy in a while. Get the Skulltula. There we go. I wanted to kill him just because I want these Deku nuts. There we go. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna come over here. We're gonna do the same setup that we do for Broken Deku Stick. So line yourself up right here. There's like this little mound that I see like around Link's feet. And it's just to the right of the very tippity top of that mound. So right around here. And we're gonna do the same setup. So backflip, flick, roll. But then instead of taking our Deku Stick out and jump slashing, we're going to take our hook shot out and just aim straight up. And if you did it correctly, you'll see the red dot aiming up at the vines. And all you have to do is a hook shot and hold up, and you'll grab the vines. And this lets you access the other side of the courtyard, actually, without the need for gold scale or iron boots or long shot or anything like that. Oh, shoot. This switch is so dumb. It's actually a switch that you can hit multiple times, so depending on where you stand, you might accidentally hit it twice. So there you go. Hook shot across. Pick this bad boy up. And then go in here, now that the well has been drained, and pick up this chest. A small key. That chest, all you need is, all you need to do is hit that switch, that red switch, and then just go down into the well. You can also get that chest using iron boots. There's this little trick that hopefully I'll be able to show to you guys by the end of the run, where you can open up chests underwater using iron boots. It's very, very neat. Oh shoot, okay. So typically anything past this point, I typically wouldn't be able to get just because I don't have strength upgrade and there's a push block puzzle coming up. So we're gonna leave actually. What's the next best place to go? Let's see, no hammer. Oh, we do have a hammer. What am I talking about? Yeah, we do. Okay, cool. We don't have Bolero, so. Oh, well, don't worry, Ian. I'll try and full clear Water Temple in this dungeon, or in this seed. Show that off. So I'm gonna do actually here. Okay, so my rule of thumb is whenever Fire Temple is required, I always get Scarecrow Song, or at least I'll make an attempt to get Scarecrow Song. So, I've set it up as child. So what I'm gonna do now. Another thing that we can do actually is if you have Sun Song and a bow, you can do this check right here, the shoot the sun. Because even though we have no way of getting the item, we can at least figure out whether or not it's required. It's a very low chance that it's required, but we'll just be able to peek at it and see if we need it. Alright, what do you got? That is a golden rupee, I'm pretty sure, so we don't need that. Alright. So we'll head over this way and pick up our Scarecrow Song. And then we can do a couple of checks in this area thanks to the Scarecrow Song, actually, and the hook shot. If you don't have the hook shot to get these checks, you can actually plant a beam That's another thing that's really important, is that the hookshot can be in these areas, and you think to yourself, well, how do I get it without a hookshot? What you'll need to do is, as a child, plant a bean, and then you can actually access both that area and that area on top of the lab, which is what we're going to check right now. So we can do adult fishing while we're here, may as well. Play Scarecrow song, and we'll get a Scarecrow to pop out. Okay. So same exact fish as child. Come on. Nope. Alright, let's try again. There we go. Good. Second try on each, actually, so not bad. Hey, we've got a butter knife. Cool. That'll be, so the Kokiri sword is actually, it's like it's a useful item. It doesn't unlock anything, but it makes it so that we don't really need Deku sticks anymore, and we get to use something that stores our power crouch stab anyway, so. Why did you get stuck on fishing for like 30 minutes that one time? Me? I don't remember ever getting stuck on fishing for 30 minutes. Alright, make sure that when you do this check, always kill the Gwei. Every time. If you do not kill the Gwei, he will get you before you make it to the top. That's why I subbed. Okay, well. I guess I just don't remember. I must have pushed it out of my mind. Anyway, we got Scarecrow Song. So what we're going to do now is we're going to go to Fire Temple. We don't have Bolero, but we have Minuet, and that's kind of close. Close enough. Yo, okay, what's up, dude? I don't remember it taking 30 minutes, but I mean, it might have taken 30 minutes. Very possible. How am I? I'm doing alright. Just working on this this little guide that I'm making. Oh, actually, so I'll show you guys. Yeah, so there's a few more Skulltulas that you can kind of get in this area. I kind of forgot about that. So I'll show you guys some easy Skulltulas that you can get if you have Sun Song and Hookshot, as well as a Bombchu. Actually, there's another one that you can get. So easy one right here is playing Sun Song and getting the Skulltula back here. Actually, shoot, what I should do, God, I'm dumb. Alright, so let's make it nighttime again. So when you're doing a seed, do you essentially go through the temples based on the items you find? Usually, yes. If it's a required dungeon, then you always do that first. If I have all the items for, say, Shadow Temple, but it's a stone dungeon, that's when things get really dicey and you have to make decisions whether or not you want to go in there. Because it's very possible that Shadow does not have any items, and if it doesn't lead to anything, then that's a lot of time wasted. It's like 15 minutes that you waste just doing nothing, so kind of got to make big boy decisions. So right here in the Sacred Forest Meadow, there's another easy skull. Right there. me also pull out some chews. And then there's this one Skulltula that is a little bit more difficult to pick up, but if you have these items and you really need Skulltulas, then this is actually a good one. Not many people know about it, so right here, I want to say, line up right around here, throw out your Bombchu, should blow up the Skulltula that's up there, and then what we're going to do is you're going to backflip twice, and then aim right above the, yeah, exactly, right above the ledge, and the thing about gold Skulltulas is their hitbox actually extends a lot higher than it looks like, so you can nab that one even though it looks like you can't. I'm gonna go ahead and just play this to get this kid out of the way. Alright, so we didn't have the hammer before. We can pick up an extra... Oh, also, one thing that it's not a bad idea to do, since I have the wallet, filling up your wallet with money, since, you know, we don't really need much money nowadays, is, we're gonna go back in and we're gonna pick up our, a Goron tunic, actually. It'll be, it depends on how many hearts you have. Typically, if you have more than like 10 hearts, you aren't gonna need one, but if you don't know how to kill Vivaggia really quickly and you don't have fairies, then just getting a Goron tunic is like the safest thing that you can do for yourself. So let's see. That I remember that like not being anything. Yeah, I'm just gonna assume it's not. I'll show you how to do that check, because there's a couple ways you can do it. One is just like the old-fashioned plant a bean and then ride up there. The other way is using hover boots to get up there, and that's like typically the way that you want to do it. Alright, there's the mirror shield. Good. We need that. It's an important item. Alright, now that we can actually hookshot across, we can figure out what this is. What the song is. Requiem, alright. So... what is it? It'll be kind of difficult to get back here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, we're going to go inside Fire Temple, and there's really no reason for us not to full clear fire, so we're just going to go ahead and do that. Alright, so Fire Temple. The items to beat Fire Temple that are hard required for it are, what is it? The hammer and the hook, well yeah, just the hammer and bombs typically. Other items that really help with the Fire Temple are the hookshot and the bow, and as well as Scarecrow Song. So there's actually a lot of things that you kind of want for Fire Temple. You can skip the strength upgrade if you know how to do the what is it? If you can ground jump, but if you don't have bombs, there's also another little glitchless jump that you can do that I'm not very good at. So yeah. I'll try and show off the glitchless jump. I haven't practiced it, but I guess now's a good time to practice it. Why not? There's a Skulltula right here, easy peasy. So interesting thing about the Flare Dancer is that they aren't weak to the Big Goron sword. They're specifically weak to the Master Sword. I don't know why, but they just are. So I store my Master Sword, and then I use the Megaton Hammer, and the Megaton Hammer will get this guy to stun. So I just boop, and then I just power crouch stab with my Master Sword damage, and he just hops right back in the fire. Apologies if I haven't really been talking about power crouch stabbing. It's just so fundamental to me at this point that you should always be power crouch stabbing. Just do a jump slash and then power crouch stab with it, and then you just do lots of damage. That's just kind of how you do a lot of these fights. Yeah, but I'm just kind of assuming that everybody that's gonna watch this video just like has never played Ocarina of Time or known about any of the tricks, so yeah. So that little section down there requires the hammer. One thing that you can do is you can come into the fire temple without the hammer, and what you can do is do this first check, and if it's a key, then you can keep going. If it's not a key, then that means you know you need the hammer, because you need a key to get past this first part. There is one seed where the Megaton Hammer chest didn't, what is it? You got enough keys to make it up there without the hammer, and it led to hover boots, and those hover boots led to the hammer. So, I'm just saying that it is possible to get through Fire Temple without the hammer if you get enough keys. It's just very unlikely. So you should probably come here with the hammer, or at the very least dip into here and just do the first floor without the hammer. If you get enough keys. So with the Flare Dancer, you attack them with the hammer. No, you can do it like the normal way, where you stun them with the hammer and then you pull out your sword and you jump slash. I just do it with power crouch stabbing because, yeah, it's easier. So we've got these 2 checks right here in this room on opposite sides. You can play the Song of Time to get this Skulltula right above me. You can also skip doing that and do the very precise jump that I don't know the setup for. You have to... It's kind of the same thing that we did in the Sacred Forest Meadow, where you just kind of have to angle it and then just get it first try. Easy peasy, right? You can either do that or you can play the Song of Time. If you really want the Skulltula. I typically don't get it, but if you really want it, that's how you get it. Let's see. Just gonna, oh shoot, actually. So you need the hook shot for this one, it looks like, actually. I don't want to get eaten up by Mr. Like, so I'm just gonna stun him. There we go. Alright. So from here... for this one over here, you're going to need an explosive. Either Bombchus or bombs. You can't use a hammer to break through that wall. Oh, that's another thing that I kind of forgot. So the mud walls in Dodongo's Cavern are... you can break those down with a hammer if you want to. If you get the hammer early enough. So say you don't have bombs or a strength upgrade, but you have the hammer, you can go into Dodongo's Cavern and break down the mud walls if you want. And there's a few other walls in the overworld where instead of using bombs, you can use the hammer to break them open. That is horrible luck. I didn't think you could get double hit, but I have been mistaken. Oh man. I was like, okay, this is fine. I can just like sit here and shield. Yeah, the keys here with the since fast block pushing has been implemented, the keys here are atrocious. It can knock you off, and it's really obnoxious. Okay, so this room. So typically you would need a strength upgrade to push that block and finish the puzzle, but there's a couple ways that you can do this. Number one is you can use ground jumping. That's the easy way. What I do is I just put my bomb down, slash the wall, and then just ground jump, easy peasy. You can also, and then you can do a little fancy throw the bomb down and then hit the switch. And there's a different method that you can use that I'm not very familiar with, but a lot of glitchless speedrunners will probably know about. I'm gonna just get rid of this guy. Where, let's see, you want to grab the very, very edge, just like that, of, what is it, of the floor right next to the block. And then what you're gonna do is you're going to hold right and press B, and you're gonna do this weird little side slash. Like that. You can do that side slash. Oh shoot. And now if you, and then you're going, immediately after that side slash, you're going to do a side hop to the left. So side slash, side hop. And then you can either ESS turn or you can do a little shield turn. And then what you're gonna do is you're going to aim a little bit to the right. And it's the same thing that we did with the Sacred Forest Meadow and the thing that we did earlier. You're going to roll forward and then curl your jump up to the left. Hey, there you go. I actually surprised I was able to do that. So yeah, we'll just do it again, try and do it a little quickly. What I like to do is I like to have my sword out before I actually grab this thing. So target, side slash, jump left, and then ESS, look a little bit to the right, roll. Ah, that didn't work. I think I tripped up on the floor a little bit. I don't know exactly where the setup it has you aiming to the right, but, and sometimes it just doesn't even work. Yeah. Anyway, I just showed you how to do it, so. It is possible if you want to skip this block. I'll need to work on that myself, actually. Anyway, moving on into the fire temple. Alright. So there's a couple of chests on in this maze. First one's off to the right. Save this Goron, pick up the chest. So, what is it? So we're gonna need another 2 keys to get past this next area, just so we're aware. So it's always kind of important to keep track of your keys as you're going through Fire Temple. So when I'm in this area, I know I need 2 more keys, so I got 1 of them. There's an easy skulltula right here behind this bombable wall. Just look at the map to make sure you know you're in the right spot. And then the next check is going to be behind this door. There's another Goron that we're going to save. Alright, another key. So in this situation, we would not be bow locked, but say we only had 1 key, and then we got like an item or something, then we would be bow locked. And bow lock means that we would get through here, we would use our 1 key, and then we wouldn't be able to get past that door, but we would need our bow to hit the switch. And then there would be a key in that door. That's basically what that means. Sometimes you get bow locked, and it's a really shitty feeling when you do, because then you kind of have to backtrack through here once you get the bow. It's kind of why I recommend getting the bow before you come in here. There's the boss key. Cool. So we can finish the Fire Temple. We can beat Vavaji if we want to, but I'm going to show you the rest of the checks that are available in this area. All right. Jump slash here. Let's go ahead and bomb this. So there's 3 items that we can get in this location actually. This is we're gonna get the Scarecrow item, and then we're gonna save that Goron all the way over there, and then we're gonna go down and save the shortcut Goron. If you don't want this guy to knock you off, all you have to do is like stab him once, and they'll just leave you alone forever. If you're scared about platforming in this area. All right, so get another item. And go over here, go down the hole. Oh shoot. Got our key, cool. So now that we have another key, we can actually just keep going and skip the Scarecrow check, because we have enough keys to check the rest of the area. But we're gonna just go, I'm gonna first of all just show you the Scarecrow check, because sometimes you'll need to do it. And sometimes there might be a required item up there. And sometimes the boss key can actually be up there as well. That's kind of like, that's probably the main reason why I want Scarecrow Song coming into here, is that if the boss key is up here, then, and you don't have Scarecrow Song coming in, then you're gonna lose a lot of time backtracking to get it. You can mitigate that time loss by using Pharaoh's Wind, and then use Serenade to pick up your Scarecrow Song really quickly, but it's still a little rough. There's also 2 Skulltulas up here in the Scarecrow area, so if you are on a Skull Seed and you really need 2 easy skulls, this is a great way to pick those up. I believe that's all the skulls in the dungeon as well. So go ahead and hit the switch. I like to hookshot this target instead of going all the way around, just because I think it's a little bit faster. And now, oh, Lens of Truth. Okay, cool. That leads to another check, so it's good that we got that. So what we're going to do now is we're going to get down from here. It can be, the easy way to get down is to target this door, and then target the other way, and then just roll right off. And just hold straight. And there you go. Easy peasy. And this puts you back into that area where you had to shoot the eyeball. And from here, instead of going around the maze the way that we did, we just open that door right there. Alright, so there's a few more tricks that we can do here towards the very end. So let's see. So first check that we get is this compass chest right over here. Hey, our first strength upgrade. So we're not supposed to have that because the game will always expect us to have a strength upgrade past up to this point. So that is either silver or gold gauntlets. But hey, we have a strength upgrade. It's that's really useful because now we can actually use that to finish off Forest Temple. And what I did right there, oh shoot, actually I should Let me Pharaoh's Wind really quick, actually, to show off what I just did. Because I kind of just forgot to mention it. So there's this little trick that you can do to get past these firewalls without actually having to go around the other way and do the maze normally. So what is it? This is the compass door, right? So we're gonna just go straight this way, and then all you have to do is target the wall, and then you can either roll, or you can back walk, or you can side hop, whatever you need to do. I like to back walk, and you just get past the firewall, and that breaks. Getting past that actually just breaks the whole, the whole puzzle, really. And what I'm gonna do, actually, yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and keep going. I do another little trick here. You can go around and hit the switch and go through there normally. What I like to do is I like to do the same exact thing as target, back walk, and then go all the way over here, target, and then I'm gonna run my head into the firewall right in front of me, and then I'm gonna backflip through this fire. It's really weird how the fire properties work in this game, but if you touch fire, you kind of have some immunity to the rest of it. So, hit the firewall, spam backflip, and you just get right through. Easy peasy. So I need bombs here. Bomb that. Get some bomb refills off of these pots. Jump slash right here. Same thing that we did earlier with the other flare dancer. I did a little trick right there at the end where once he explodes, I climb up on one of the edges so that I can just be moving while the cutscene plays. But you don't have to do that. Just speedrun things, that's all. Okay. So, the last, what is it, the highest, the deepest check in Deep Fire is the Megaton Hammer check. Relatively self-explanatory, you just kind of run through the puzzle. And then the way that I get down is kind of like the baby way of doing it, but I just do it from the chest, and then I just roll straight forward. There's another way that you can do that can leave you really close to the Song of Time block, but I don't practice that. I should, but I just haven't learned it yet. All right, and then all you have to do is pick up this, and this is the last check. So from here you can what is it? Play the Song of Time and then go out the door and then hit the pillar. I'm gonna go ahead and just do that just to get down there. And there are other methods for getting to Volvagia without doing this, without using the pillar. That save a good chunk of time. Alright, so we've knocked a pillar down. So now I'm going to show you ways to skip the pillar. So there's a couple. One way is just using hover boots to get across. Sometimes the game will actually expect you to use hover boots to get across and kill Volvagia. The other method does not involve anything at all. All you have to do is do this little jump. All it is I line myself up, like I target this wall, and then I just get myself into this corner. And then all you need to do is a frame perfect roll forward. That's all you need to do. So I just pause and then hold forward, mash A. And frame perfect roll will get you up there. Alright, so for the Volvagia fight, this one's a little bit more complicated. I would watch a YouTube video to explain how it works. I'll give you the short version of it. Basically, there are 2 hitboxes for Volvagia, because there's 2 models of Volvagia in this fight. There's one that comes out and plays whack-a-mole with you, and then there's one that actually flies around. So the one that's flying into that hole right there is the whack-a-mole one. And what I do is I pull out bombs, and I put them in the bottom left portion of the hole, and it actually will hit the Volvagia that's underground. And all I have to do is stun this Volvagia, and then keep putting bombs in this hole. And then I'm just going to, I'm not sure if I missed one, but I'm just to be safe. There we go. So this, doing it via this method keeps her from actually flying around ever, and you just one cycle her. Again, that's like the short version of it. If you want more detailed explanation or tutorial, I would look up a video on YouTube because there are much better tutorials. You can also do the same thing with Bombchus and Deku Nuts, but I don't know that method and I don't recommend it just because it's a little bit more difficult to do. Alright, cool. So that is Fire Temple full cleared. Now we can go to Forest Temple and clear that. I'm trying to think of anything that I missed. Oh, we have the hammer. Yeah. So one thing that we can do while we're here is pick up the last chest in the Goron City, actually. I should have done that while I was coming on over here. I forgot that I had the hammer, actually. But we're going to go back up to that Goron maze, and we're just going to do the last part that requires... you can do it either with hammer, silver gauntlets, or with hover boots. If I get hover boots, I'll try and showcase a different way of... it's a lot more difficult way of getting that check, but it is a way of doing it. So if you do have hover boots, but you don't have silver gauntlets or hammer, you can still get that check. 1, 2. And you can power crouch stab hammer hits and use them on rocks as well. Alright, cool. Bomb bag. So we're gonna go back to the Forest Temple and full clear that now that we have a strength upgrade. Let's see. So I like to have hookshot, bow and arrow, and Deku Nuts all throughout this dungeon, actually. It's pretty much all you need. It's pretty all-purpose. Now, I have Farore's Wind, and there's actually a cool thing that you can do with Farore's Wind in this dungeon. It saves a little bit of time. One, 2. Oh shoot, I haven't actually done this puzzle yet, that's right. Push that, and then we're gonna push this. And then I'm not going to push the rest of it. What I'm gonna do actually is I'm gonna go up here and push the red block now. And we're gonna do this check over here with the eyeball. Just shoot an arrow at it. This requires the bow. pick this up, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to jump over here, target this, and then side hop. And that'll put me on the lower level, right where the green block is. And then we can push it in. Hey, dude. It's alright. I'm just, what is it? This is more like a guide than it is like actually playing the seed out. Because I'm basically full clearing everything. Alright, so actually, right. So what you want to do is you want to not shoot the eyeball. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pull out Pharaoh's Wind. For this area in particular. And then I'm going to go back and then I'm going to shoot the ice eyeball. So what that will do is when I use Pharaoh's Wind, when I use Pharaoh's next, what's going to happen is it's going to warp me back to the twisted corridor instead of the untwisted corridor. So I don't have to shoot the eyeball twice. It's just a tiny little time save. But it is a cool thing that you can do with Pharaohs, and it also, using Pharaohs means that you don't have to climb all the way back up after falling down through the hole. So hit the eyeball, get the, what is it, the boss key chest. There's another, another Skulltula right here. You can get this with the long shot or the hook shot using the little archway. Alright, so we needed to do that. Very good. Alright, I'm gonna use Pharaoh's Wind and we're back here. Alright, and for the pose, what you can do is you can use Deku Nuts to make them visible again. There we go. I faced the wrong way. I'm kind of surprised at the lack of items, but I think a lot of what that tells me is that the next area we're probably going to is Gerudo Training Grounds, I would imagine. Or actually, shoot, no. Since we're like in the area, we could also do Ice Cavern instead and get Prelude. Trying to think here. I think that, I think most likely what we'll be doing is GTG, because I think GTG looks a little bit better than Ice Cavern without Iron Boots. And we already know that Ice Cavern only has Prelude, so... There you go. Oh shoot. Right. Come on. Alright. Oh, shoot. So, for this little puzzle, you can shoot it normally through the torch. You can also use fire arrows. It's one of the cooler uses of fire arrows in the run. Cheers from Florida, is that? If that actually is Florida, then I actually know some friends from Florida, so. Ooh, the long shot. Alright. That's a big boy item right there. I'm gonna go ahead and just put on regular arrows. So with a long shot, that now allows us to get all the way to, what is it? I think it allows us to get all the way to the Spirit Temple, actually. And pick up Song of Storms, which is pretty important, actually. So we're definitely, if we had any doubt before, we're definitely going to Gerudo Training Grounds now. Okay. So yeah, the Forest Temple isn't, it's extremely linear, so there really isn't much to explain with it. It's just kind of, you know, just gonna do it. It is my favorite dungeon, though, in the game. Okay. And, what is it? We're gonna be passing by GTG, and there's a bit of temptation to actually just, like, do it immediately. But, what is it? We're gonna get a strength upgrade from Frogs 2 anyway, which will give us silvers. So, we'll be able to avoid the double dip by just getting the silver gauntlets and then going over there. Plus, there's a possibility that we might find iron boots somewhere else, so we can also do the toilet check. Or we could just find silver gauntlets right there. And there you go. So that means that gold gauntlets are on Frogs too. Okay. Makes sense. Yeah, that's... So yeah. If you're paying attention, just memorize the way that I did the puzzle there. I kind of just always cross over and push against where I was pushing before. In a weird way. So yeah, I guess the logical first strength upgrade is actually Frogs 2. So logically this was an all dungeon seed. Very interesting. For Phantom Ganon, what is it? You can use stereo to figure out which one is the right one, and you can also just, the brighter one will be the correct one. And then for the fight itself, what is it? What I'll do is I'll kind of try and get him into position. I can actually one-cycle him with the big Goron sword. Get him a little bit towards the middle of the arena like this, and then trigger him with a hook shot. And it's just 1, 2, 3, big Goron sword. Alright, and red rupee. Got our shadow medallion. So from here, go ahead and save and quit. And we're gonna go, what is it? We're gonna save and quit back to the Temple of Time. And from here, we're gonna kind of make our way over to, what is it? To Gerudo Training Grounds. And we're also picking up this this item for what is it? Once you get the shadow and silver, or what is it? The shadow and spirit medallion, you will get an item from Zelda. It's the Light Arrow cutscene item, so just go to the Temple of Time and you'll get a free item. And now, let's see. Another thing that we can get is, what is it? The Big Poe check taken care of. So with these settings, instead of having to catch 10 Big Poes, all you have to do is catch 1 and turn it in. So it's a much more manageable check. To do that, the game will typically require just Epona Song, a bottle, and bow and arrow. Easy peasy. Gonna have to give that another shot. I was hoping that he would like go in the direction that I was going, but he didn't really. Does it still trigger even if you missed it the first time? You should be able to. There it is, okay. Alright, pick that up. Just go ahead and ride our horse over here, it'll make things a little bit easier. Turn our Big Poe. I'll pick up our item. Another bow and arrow. Cool. So that's a bow-locked bow right there. Let's take our horse. We're going to be heading over to the desert. One little check that we can do, we won't be able to actually pick up the item, but we can see what the item is the Tektite Grotto. There's a heart piece underneath a Tektite underwater. And to get this check, you're going to need either the gold scale or the iron boots. And it's pretty self-explanatory, you just dive down there. But with the power of Rando, we can actually just see what it is. Bombchus, okay, cool. Not required. Where is my horsey? There he is. She is. So we're gonna go over this way. And this will be able to cover a lot of stuff. We'll be able to do the hammer rocks in this area. This area is still barren, but I mean, This it's actually really funny. This check, the first time I ever did a rando race on 1.0, actually tripped me up really, really hard. Because I didn't know there was a chest behind there. I didn't know it existed. And it had my long shot, so I just, without somebody telling me that there was a chest there was no way I was gonna be able to finish the seed. So right here, you need, they're hard required. You need the hammer to be able to get that check. Alright, and there's a couple of Skulltulas here at night too that are pretty easy to pick up if you really need them. One right over there, and then one behind this tent. Alright. And from there, we'll just go right on in. With these settings also, in order to get the Gerudo card, instead of having to save 4 carpenters, we only have to save 1, so another little quality of life thing. Just to make the seed a little bit faster. There's a little trick that you can do with Gerudo guards. Get into this corner behind this torch, and then just aim straight up and spam the hook shot or long shot, and the guard will get trapped between you and the torch, and you can just crouch stab them, and you're good to go. Really, really easy way of taking care of them. If you don't have a hook shot, you can just use Deku Nuts and jump slashes, and that also works pretty well. Over here, so what is it? We are missing an item that would let us full clear the GTG, so to be on the safe side, we're just going to do these, 3 checks before we're actually going to go inside GTG. Just to make the routing a little bit nicer. So, let's see, there's the rooftop chest over here. This requires either hookshot and Scarecrow Song, hover boots, or the long shot. I have the long shot, so all I have to do is get up to the edge and aim, and easy peasy. Our first slingshot. Alright, so we can do that check back in as child then. And then over here, as long as Epona isn't actually in this area, what you can do is kind of roll up here and play Epona song facing that wall. And Epona should come down the hill instead of being trapped at the very, very bottom. And that'll save you a little bit of time. And time for archery. There. So the first time all you need is 1,000 points, and the second time you need 1,500 points or more. Alright, nothing there. Oh shoot. I aimed really low there. Alright, there we go. Harpies. Alright, cool. No iron boots, but that's okay. We're gonna go ahead and go inside GTG. We'll be able to almost full clear the place, I think. Right. So first things first, hit this eyeball bow and arrow. So items required to full clear this place are hook shots, silver gauntlets, bow and arrow, and iron boots, and Song of Time, and explosives, either bombchus or bombs. But what is it? To get the majority of the items in this dungeon, all you really need is bow and arrow, hook shot, and silver gauntlets. That gets you the majority of everything. We're only missing iron boots to full clear this place. It's the only thing we're missing. This little trick you can do right here to jump slash across. I didn't make the cross. That sucks. I'm gonna try again. There we go. That's my personal route for doing the silver rupees. The little jump slash across kind of helps a little bit. And we've got these wolfos to take care of. There we go. Small key right there. So make sure you hit the switch before you actually come over here. And then with the big Goron sword, all you have to do is a quick little stabby. There we go. From a distance typically works, because it'll get through their armor. Narrow's love. Another slingshot. And Bombchus, okay. So this room, what is it? Really relatively self-explanatory. Jump slash to the middle so that you can hit these eyeballs easier. What is it? This check will require a, what is it? Will require the bow. Pick up the check and then fall in the lava. There's our last bow. And then you'll show up where you spawned in, and that lets you get up here to get this chest, which is also bow locked because you need to do the minigame beforehand. 4 keys, cool. This area over here isn't really locked by anything. Logically, it's locked by bow and arrow and the hammer, but there's a really easy trick for skipping both of those things that you should pretty much do every single time. So clear out all the enemies in this room first for the first chest. And then what I do is, let's see, I target and then I roll in and I mash A trying to open the chest. If it doesn't work the first time, then I retarget and I just do it again and it should work. Alright. So I'm not worried about, what is it, the toilet bowl right now, so I'm not gonna get these rupees. But if you have Song of Time, what you can do is you can go to the right side of the maze without having to spend any keys. Now, what you can also do if you don't have Song of Time is you can get 2 keys and then save scum those keys on the right side to see if there's anything worth it over here, and then you can just reset the console so that you don't have to worry about your lost keys. Boomerang, okay. There's actually something here that we needed. This is the only room that actually requires explosives because of the BMOS. Alright, so the boomerang on that tracker. Deku stick upgrade, cool. Alright, so we have 7 keys so far out of the 9 that are in here total. So it's kind of important to keep an eye out on how many keys we have, or we get, as we move along. The goal, if you're in a run here and you haven't done the toilet bowl yet, is to find all the items and make it so that the toilet bowl has to have a key. So far, so good. Alright, there's a key. Alright, that's 8 keys. We want these next 2 chests to not have a key in either one of them. Well, actually, I think the only key that could, or chest that could have a key is this one. The gold scale. Huh, okay, well, that leads to some interesting stuff. Because with the gold scale, you can actually beat the water temple most of the time and use it as a substitute for the iron boots. Alright, so the toilet bowl does actually have a key, so we don't have to do it. However, I probably will come back and just show you how to do it if you don't know how to do it. But you need the iron boots to actually do it. Anyway, that opens up a lot for us because we can now do Jabu, water, and spirit. And as soon as we finish Jabu, as soon as we finish all those dungeons, we're pretty much guaranteed to get Nocturne of Shadow, which means we can get all of our medallions pretty much. The only thing that's really stopping us is maybe Water Temple. There's one check in there where the boss key could be that requires the iron boots, just hard locked requires. Okay, I'm gonna fall down. So I do have the Lens of Truth, and so crossing, okay, actually, here, first things first, so crossing this wasteland, there are multiple ways to cross the wasteland, one of which is the long shot, which I have, just long shot across, easy peasy. You can also use the hover boots and backwalk across, and that'll work just fine. There's also another method out of logic that does not require any items. All you need to do is backwalk across this very specific part of the sand. And you want to aim towards that little bit back there. So everything over in that area is out of bounds, and I'll void out. But you want to aim towards that area simply because the sand is going to carry you a little bit off to the right, and you won't actually land over there. And by skirting the outer part of the sand, you won't actually get sucked in. So this should work. And then once you get across, I spam, side hop to the left. So that way I don't accidentally keep back walking into the void. So that's a way to, out of logic, get across the quicksand if you really want to do that. But hover boots and long shot are the logical way to do it. Okay. I am actually blind. Alright. Now for the wasteland check. There's only one actual check in the wasteland, and it's down here. And there's also a Skulltula down here, if you want to pick up a Skulltula. This hard requires a fire source and magic to get. Alright. And now from here, you can use the Lens of Truth to get across the vanilla way. You can also just use the route that I'm going to use to get across the wasteland without the lens. So the way that I do it, oh man, it's tough to explain. I'll try and like break it down, but I target this side of the wall right here, or this side of this little structure, and then I look this way, and I backwalk, and I look at my C buttons. I look at my C left button, and when I see the that little post line up with the C left button, that's when I stop. And then I side hop to the right 9 times. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Approximately 9 times. So you're about out here. And then what you're going to do is you're going to want to aim up there. You don't want to aim too far right up this hill, but you want to just kind of aim at that angle right there. And just roll straight up. And then you're going to hit this seam right here, this part of the mound where it changes a little bit and it starts to go on this downslope. From here, you want to kind of angle your rolls a little bit farther to the left so that you're kind of headed that way. So the way I do it is I'll just kind of hold up left a little bit and just keep rolling. And I'll see these little posts off in the distance, and I kind of keep them, at, this angle right here. I just keep on rolling until they're off screen. And then once they're off screen, that's when I kind of go straight for the posts. And you just roll straight through, and that's how you do it without the lens. I'm sure there are other different setups and better ways to do it, but that's just kind of how I do it. If you want to, you can also use the practice ROM, and you can actually look at the void out sections of it to get like a good idea of what it all looks like. That's what I actually used to practice. There's a fairy fountain right here. It requires an explosive and Zelda's Lullaby. Alright. There's also a couple of Skulltulas here that you can get. I don't typically get them. Sometimes I do. So it's nice to know where they are. So there's a Skulltula. Let's see. This either requires the beam to be planted or it requires a long shot to get to. So I get myself all the way up here against the wall so that these levers just don't bother me. And I don't think I'm gonna be close enough. I'm not, yeah. I might have to get all the way, either all the way up here, or I'm gonna have to kind of like run forward and just kind of like give it a shot. There we go. Pick that boy up with the long shot, and then there's another Skulltula over here on this side of the wasteland. It does not require the long shot. All you need is it to be nighttime and the hook shot. It's over here right next to this oasis spot. Stand right here where you're safe, and he's right over here on this palm tree. There's what is it? There's a hint stone all the way over here. Oh shoot. that you can pick up, especially if you get Requiem and get her early. You can pick this up. I actually had Requiem this whole time, but we were going through GTG anyway, so I didn't really see a reason. May as well just showcase everything that you need to do to get here. So that ended up working out, I guess. Alright, there's our Song of Storms. I'll give us access to gold gauntlets. Alright, cool. And then, oh, also, you can, from right around here, I want to say, you can take a look, a peek at what that item is at the very top. It looks like it's arrows. It's a really, really tough call, especially on N64, where it looks a lot blurrier. But anyway, we'll go into Spirit Temple. And that item that I was looking at on that archway requires a beam plant. Alright, so we're gonna do these first two checks and hope that we get a small key so that we don't get key locked out. The way that Spirit Temple works is that you can do the majority of it as adult, but there are two checks that hard require you to come here as child, which requires Requiem. And if you get key locked, then you have to go as child to pick up the key. So first chest did not have a key, so we're down to this one. So what I like to do, there is a Skulltula in this area, but I like to do the rupee puzzle first. Because if you play Song of Time, it will actually block one of the rupees, so it's better to do it afterwards. And we are key locked, so we're gonna have to do this as child. So first I'm just gonna show off the Skulltula, and then we're gonna go back. Alright, there we go. So in order to get out of here, what is it, and get back to Temple of Time, we don't have Prelude, it's an ice cavern, so what we're just gonna do is we're gonna get out of the dungeon, and then we're gonna save warp in the overworld, and that'll get us to the Temple of Time. So what we're missing basically are the big items that we're missing are both of the boots. That's actually all we're missing, is both the iron boots and the hover boots. So we're gonna go back as child, and at this point, since we're 100%ing this, I think we're gonna basically finish everything that we can do as child. And there's really nothing else that we can't do as child, so we're just gonna go ahead and full clear it, then come back as adult. So let's see. First thing, since we're here, probably the best thing that we can do is do the treasure chest minigame first. This requires it to be nighttime, Lens of Truth, magic. Either that, or you need to get extremely lucky and get a 1 out of 32 chance that you'll complete the treasure chest game without the Lens of Truth. Alright, so make it nighttime. And then we'll go over here to this building. Let's flash our lens. And you can use your lens on the last chest, actually, to see what's inside of it before you open it. Pick up our heart container. And then, unfortunately, you can't warp out of here, because you can't play the Ocarina. And running through all of those doors is really slow, so this is actually one of the worst checks in the game, and it's only really fast if you can get a good save warp out of there. And route that in. And yeah, it's really bad simply because of the walk out and the inability to warp while you're inside there. So we're gonna go ahead and warp out. Now I guess is a good time to, as good as time as ever to, showcase the Skulltula here at nighttime. There's one behind the Know-It-All Brothers house. Doesn't require anything, it just needs to be nighttime. Destroy it and then backflip into it. And then since we're here, we can finish off Lost Woods by doing the slingshot target game. And also in the Kokiri Forest we have Song of Storms, actually, so we can finish off this area, actually. Or, yeah. So there are 2 Song of Storm grottos, as well as, Frogs in the Rain. That Song of Storm unlocks, and then obviously, Bottom of the Well. So a lot of checks, actually, that Song of Storms unlocks. It's a pretty important song. But just play it right here next to this, hint stone, and you'll get that grotto. Cool. Yo, no problem, dude. Let me see. I'm gonna... Yeah, let's go this way. So we're gonna go ahead and take the shortcut. You know what, I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I'm just gonna go ahead and do Frogs in the Rain, since we're in this area. So yeah, with this we'll be able to, this will full clear the, Zora River area. Alright, so, first check is just plain Song of Storms, and they'll give you the first reward. Goron Tunic, alright. And the rest of it is playing all 6, or all 5 of the other child songs. The ones that are on the first row in your inventory. So I played ZL here earlier, so next up is Epona Song, Saria Song, Sun Song, and Song of Time. Alright, and then after you play all 6 of those songs for the frogs, pull out your ocarina again, and they'll ask you to play the frog song with them, where you kind of follow along with where the butterfly is hovering over which frog. And I'm pretty sure the frog song goes A, left, right, down, A, down, right, left, A. I'm pretty sure. I'm probably still gonna mess it up. There we go. And that'll give us gold gauntlets. This has got a hint for that earlier. Alright, cool. So now with that, let's go ahead and go into Jabu's belly and take care of everything. Should be about here. Actually, we probably are more in the 40 section. Oh shoot. Oh right, I forgot about the Pharaoh's Wind Point. Oops. Well, it's actually not that big of a deal, I would say. Mostly because we were doing all that stuff before. I think what we could have done is potentially maybe done bottom of the well and then use that to Pharaoh's Wind straight into Jabu. That probably would have been a little bit better routing. It would have been tough to tie in Treasure Chest game, but I'm sure I could have found a way. Could have just done it at the end, I suppose. Anyway. Jabu's like relatively self-explanatory. Let's see. So you just carry carry Rudo along the way. The Skulltula over here, the way that I like to do it is I like to break it and then hit the switch. And then what I do is I climb the vines to pick up the Skulltula. And after I pick up the Skulltula, I target and then I just side hop a bunch of times. And I get you across. There we go. Take Rudo along the way. So we got a hint that, what is it? That Jabu is barren. So that means you don't have to really do any of these extra rooms. The room over here off to the left is required. Where I'm gonna chuck Rudo onto the switch. Let's see. I think that's fine. Yeah, should be. This hard requires the boomerang. This particular check. Let's see, and then this room over here requires you to take care of that previous room to get the tentacle out of the way. But this isn't required at all. This is just a side room with an extra check inside of it. Sometimes that happens. There you go. Here's our bombs. And then I'll take Rudo with me the rest of the way, if I'm going to be full clearing this area. So, over in Jabu land, or what is it? No. So over on the right side, we're gonna need Rudo. And then what we can do here, this check over here actually does not require anything. It doesn't require the boomerang. Chuck Rudo to smush that guy, and then use 2 Deku Nuts to stun these guys, and then some Deku Sticks or the Kokiri Sword will take care of the rest. Alright, cool. So that's pretty much all the... There are 3 checks in the back, and then there's the last check, which is on Baronade. So 4 checks in total. Not a very good dungeon, at least for Rando. Pick you up. Okay. I have a little setup here that I like to do. Is after the 3rd boomerang throw, I throw down a Deku Nut, and then I use bombs to take care of all the remaining guys. Alright, down here. So we're gonna move over here to the right side and down this specific hole. There are 2 Skulltulas that you can get pretty easily using the boomerang. So if you're picking up skulls, this is probably like the best skull dance location along the way. Oh shoot, okay, there we go. Alright, so, Big Octo, the mini boss here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, what is it? All it takes is a Deku Stick Jump Slash to kill this guy, and you don't even need to stun him with a boomerang. So what he's going to do is, he'll be going in my direction. Let me pull out the Deku Stick. I'm going to roll into him for the invincibility, and then just pull out a Deku Stick, and as he passes, just Jump Slash. Easy peasy. Alright, for this room, I like to get up against this little corner and get these guys up and hit them both with a boomerang. Jump Slash to make it over to this guy. And then over here, if you're really cool, you can skip lowering this this little piece and just do a cool trick to open the next door without a box. But if you do it first try, it saves like 5 seconds. So I think the time save isn't really too much worth it. This next trick, though, is actually really cool and probably worth learning. I roll over here to this little gray splotch on the ground, pull out the boomerang, aim for that little crease in the wall, aim straight up, and then release, and then side hop left. Continue to side hop. And I'll hit the switch. And there's also a Skulltula in here as well. Pick that up. And then I climb right about here. Alright, now time for the Baronade fight. So Baronade is probably the coolest fight in the game when done well. So I'll try and explain it as well as I can. It's this fight probably requires a good tutorial video as well, so probably look it up on YouTube. Get rid of these first 3 tentacles attaching to the wall. Pause and then throw the boomerang. Nut, target, start walking back, throw. Alright, I was a little bit late. But I have a little setup there where I back walk a little bit and then hit it again. And then nut the, what is it? Nut the berries that come up, and then you're in the last phase pretty much. So all you have to do now is just chase it down and get in 3 Deku Stick jump slashes. And you're good to go. So pretty decent fight. Not perfect, but decent enough to get the job done. Okay. All right. So from here, I think what I'm gonna do is we're gonna head to Spirit Temple. Yeah, we're gonna head to Spirit Temple. So there's multiple ways to go about Spirit Temple, especially when you actually have to go in through the child side. You can finish half of it as child. And that's honestly not a bad idea. If you, what is it? What's the word here? You can also, this is a good spot to get a Skulltula if you want to and plant the bean. If, so the rule of thumb for me for Spirit Temple or Child Spirit is if you're missing silver gauntlets, then you should keep going, and you find a key in the first 2 checks, you should keep going, because if silver gauntlets are in child side spirit, then you're probably never going to find them again for a long time. We found 50. I'll keep on showing some really easy Skulltulas that you can get in dungeons as well, but yeah, I think I've showcased enough good Skulltulas for people to find 50 on their own. But yeah, that's kind of like my rule of thumb, essentially, is just, if you don't have silver gauntlets, you should keep going and finish off the entirety of Child Spirit. I like to use 2 Deku Nuts to take care of those guys and then just slingshot the rest, for the most part. If you don't have a slingshot, boomerang also works pretty well. This next room over here, so, okay, well, if you don't have Din's Fire, what you can do to light this is light this torch, walk through here, and then light these 2 torches. And that'll get the chest over there to spawn. What you can also do is you can, from that little spot over there, use Din's Fire, and it will reach these 2 torches. For this next room, there are a couple of ways that you can go about it. You can use the boomerang, which I think is like the logical way of doing it. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and just kill this guy just to help explain stuff. Alright, so you can use a boomerang, just very naturally throw it and it'll make it. You can, from this very corner over here, you can aim around the grating and you can hit the switch on that side. And there's also an out of logic way to do it, is using a Bombchu, which I haven't done in a while, but what I like to do is I stay all the way back here, and I think I have the Bombchu. What is it? I just take a Bombchu and just drop it like that. Not even shield drop. From all the way from the back of the wall. And it'll make it. Easy peasy. So if you have neither the boomerang or the slingshot, but you have a chew to utilize, you can still get across over to this side. Let's see. So for this guy, you can use Din's Fire to kill him. There's also been a cool strat that I've been seeing people use recently where they hit the shoot the slingshot and then backflip immediately from this side. And I did not backflip immediately. Let's see, it didn't work, okay. So let me see. I guess what you could do is you could, and then target, and then... Would that work? Yep, it sure would. Alright, I should try that next time then. It'll probably work best. Yeah, you can do that little fancy trick and backflip in. Let's see. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to, actually, no. I think the best song here. Unfortunately, since we don't have Nocturne of Shadow, we can't really get to bottom of the well really quickly. But I'll use Serenade to get me relatively close. Alright. So time for bottom of the well. Okay. So bottom of the well is probably one of the strongest side dungeons in the game besides GTG. I would say it's even stronger just because it's faster than GTG and it has almost the same amount of volume and checks. So if I ever get the chance to do bottom of the well and I am missing items, it's always a good bet. And if there's nothing in there, if it's bait, then honestly it's not that much time loss. Items required to full clear bottom of the well are Zelda's Lullaby, explosives, and yeah, that's it really. You can do, I want to say 5 or 6 checks without Zelda's Lullaby or explosives, but typically the goal. What I like to do is I like to kind of like wait it out on bottom of the well until I have everything that I need to full clear it, and then I just do it in one sweep. If I have nothing left and bottom of the well is open but I don't have Zelda's Lullaby or explosives, then you probably have to go in there. I've seen a lot of seeds where the logical bomb bag is inside bottom of the well, so. Let's see. Okay, actually, no, hold on. Is that good? I think that's better, yeah. Alright. Cool thing that you can do is you can throw a Deku Nut and you can roll through these guys, actually. That's one cool little trick that I learned early on. I'm going to blow this open, but I'm going to do it later. Do the check later. Gonna run over to the right. Stop him in his tracks, roll through. Yeah, that's one of the checks that does not require explosives or anything to do. We're gonna immediately go back and we're gonna use Zelda's Lullaby. There we go. To lower the water level. This check over here to the left requires explosives. Also be very careful, stay on the very far left of the wall. Otherwise you'll fall into the pit. I guess I'll show you guys like how, yeah. Stay all the way to the far left, otherwise you'll fall in. Is the general rule of thumb for that. The water level will have lowered, so you can get this check right here. And there's a couple things that you can do for this check. If you don't have the boomerang, which more than likely you don't have the boomerang, what you can do is you can target this coffin and then target the other way, and then you'll be able to see what's inside. And as you can see, there's a key in there. The normal way of opening the coffin is by lighting your torch by a Deku stick and just lighting that torch over there next to the coffin. Another way that you can do it is you can use the boomerang to actually get what's inside this coffin. So what I do is I get right up next to this coffin, and then I just chuck the boomerang, just spam side hop left. And you will get whatever's in there. And that's probably a little bit faster than actually getting next to the grave, or the coffin itself. We're gonna go over here, roll through those two invisible walls. Be careful, because there's a floor. What is it? The floor there isn't completely solid right in front of it. Go through this invisible wall right over here. Our container. And then we're gonna go to the Lens of Truth area where the dead hand is. I guess we might as well. I'm actually gonna, pull out the skull mask. So, Dead Hand is a kind of interesting fight. What I do there, I guess I'll show it off again. What I do is I try and jump slash at a very certain distance so that they'll grab me, but only in midair, and I'll be able to get out of it, and that will spawn Dead Hand himself. And then do a couple of those, and then 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, it's a little late. Do it again. If you don't actually, what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to. There's no way I'm gonna get that either. What you can do is you can get right behind him, and if you time the jump slash correctly, you can actually hit his head from behind. There we go. So there are 2 chests in this room, one that actually spawns, and then an invisible chest right behind the chest that spawns. So there it is. 3rd key. All right. So if you get all 3 keys, then that means that you're gonna have to check the basement chest. There are 3 keys total in bottom of the well. You only need one of them though to full clear the area. Open this bad boy up. Alright, there's only a few chests left. Looking like a well's bait, but not a huge surprise at this point. There's Bombchus. And then this little section right here, it will require 1 key. And what you can do, there's a couple different ways you can handle this room. It's full of a bunch of invisible pits all across. And there's also these guys hanging around. You can shoot them down. You can use Deku Nuts as well. The skull mask actually makes it so they can't even see you at all. So if you have the skull mask, then you're totally safe. Just stay as far left as possible to get this first chest. And then the setup for getting across is get into this corner, backflip, and then side hop right. And you're good to go. There's a Skulltula in here. It's pretty easy to get if you want to use the boomerang. There's also a setup for getting it without the boomerang, using the like, but I don't know that setup. You'll have to look that one up yourself. And then last check requires either a strength upgrade or explosives. One of the two. And you go over here and blow this up. Alright, nothing in here. That is the well. We're gonna go ahead and save and quit. And that's pretty much all that we need to do as child. I think that's everything. There's one last thing that I will showcase. I talked about the long shot. Or what is it? I talked about the bean location in the graveyard. How you can get that with either the bean itself or with the long shot, and you can also use the boomerang to get it. The long shot and the bean are pretty self-explanatory, but using the boomerang throw to get the heart piece is a little bit more difficult. So I'll actually show that off and explain how I do it. Just want boomerang on the C right. Alright, so the boomerang throw. So what I do is I climb this ladder at this point right here, target this wall, and I have Link's, the tip of Link's hat kind of, you know, a little bit past the wall right here, and then I pull out my boomerang. And then I want to position Link's left ear inside. You see the little the stone structure where the windmill is? I kind of like position his ear right around there, just kind of inside the structure. And then what you're going to do is you're going to let go of the boomerang button, and then once you let go, target and side hop right 2 times, and then backflip. So let go, side hop, 1, 2, backflip, backflip. There you go. That is how it works. I'll do it again, just a little bit faster. Position Link's ear right here, and then that should work. You can side hop 2 times or 3 times. I typically side hop 3 times, just all the way up against the wall, and then I just spam backflip. And that's pretty much it. Oh shoot. Alright, so that is pretty much everything to all of the child checks that we've done. So now we're going to finish up adult. So that means that probably our boots are somewhere in like Spirit Temple, I would guess. Spirit Temple or maybe Ice Cavern, which would actually be kind of surprising. Oh, there's a little trick that you can do here. I guess there's like this one chance to show it off called Schrodinger's chain. I wouldn't look into this too much, but it is kind of useful. So basically, if you're Child Link, as long as you are looking away from the drawbridge as it's going up and it's turning nighttime, it will actually still it'll still keep the chain there as if it hasn't turned nighttime yet, as long as you keep looking away from the drawbridge. So I'm gonna target. Oh shoot! Well, he's too close. I think I've ruined it already. Yeah, you suck. Oh well. I'm not sure if you need like a specific what is it, setup or anything like that, but basically what I'm going to do is yeah, I'll try and show it off a little bit better this time. So basically, as long as you're looking away from the drawbridge before it turns nighttime and it goes up, as long as you just aren't looking at it, you can still get on the chain, and the chain will warp you to the top of the drawbridge. So as long as I'm not looking at it, and I'm gonna target this thing, and then I'm going to Guido walk my way over, and then untarget. And I am up here. Here we are, yeah. That gets you on top of the drawbridge. It's a little thing that's kind of useful for certain routes. I wouldn't utilize it too much, but it's just kind of useful to know for rando stuff. All right. I suppose it's useful to know if you really need to get into Hyrule Castle and you don't have Sun Song. It's really only useful for like a specific early route that you do. All right, so Prelude had Bolero. Not exactly useful, but I guess it's something. So let's go ahead and go back to Spirit Temple since we were in the process of finishing that. So Spirit Temple only requires 3 keys to get through on the adult side and the boss key. So if you're go-moding this dungeon and it's like the last dungeon you're doing and you don't need any more items, all you're looking for are 3 small keys and the boss key. But there are 5 keys in total in this dungeon. So, pick up these 2 chests right here as you're pushing the mirror around. Got the validation rupee actually. There you go. Up here, I like to jump slash onto the little mini Colossus left hand. Play Zelda's Lullaby. Personally, what I like to do is I like to, after playing ZL, I like to actually hookshot my way back up here and then hookshot to this chest. The plain Zelda's Lullaby spawns 2 chests, so that chest right there, as well as the one on the other hand. So, that one. There's a giant's wallet. Interesting thing about the Giant's Wallet is the game can put two wallets together in logic and expect you to buy a blue flame to unfreeze King Zora to get Ruto's letter. It's pretty messed up, but I've seen it happen before. So this is typically a child room, but you can easily do this as adult. And, really, there are no problems. So hit the switch, and then throw this bomb at that Walchula, and it'll blow up the rock as well. There's also an easy Skulltula that you can get in here with the hookshot. Right there. What I'm gonna do is I'm going to set Pharaoh's Wind, actually, so that I can get out of this room, because I'm gonna be going into another child room that'll kind of trap me in, so I'll just use Pharaoh's Wind to get out. Push this bad boy. There's another Skulltula over here that you can get with either the Hover Boots, Scarecrow Song, or the Long Shot. That's another easy one if you want to pick that up. What I like to do here is, you can use Din's Fire if you want to, but if I have the option to use Fire Arrows, I like to use Fire Arrows to hit these 3 torches. I whiffed that one. It's a little bit more magic. What is it? It's a little bit more cost effective, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And you'll spawn this chest. Now, since I have the long shot, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this trick to not have to do the Iron Knuckle to get the outside chest. So you'll see that in a little bit. So using Pharaoh's Wind there to get out without having to push the sun block in place. And we'll keep going. This room, let's see, only requires explosives. You don't actually need a fire source to kill these guys. It's pretty self-explanatory if you have fire arrows or Din's Fire how you kill these guys, but I'll show you guys how to do it without the fire source. Hit the switch, stand in that corner, run over here, stand in this corner, and then jump over here. And that kills all of them. Nice. Thankfully I killed everybody already. Alright, this is a mirror shield locked check. All I gotta do is do that. Trigger that guy so you can open this door. There are 2 invisible chests in this next room. They're right next to each other, right here. Right there and right here. For the Iron Knuckle, I like to kind of get back here and stab through the little pillar. And I don't have to worry about it. It's a little, you have to do more stabs with the Master Sword, but still pretty easy. And a relatively safe way of taking them out. So we'll take this one, and then there's the other chest that's already spawned. You can long shot over to it. Ooh, a big Poe. Alright. You can also get a decent look at whatever it is down there from up here. If you couldn't see anything before, and it definitely looks like arrows. So I'm not too worried about that. So I'm gonna long shot back across. And then what I like to do for this room is enter from that spot and then side hop, side roll. And you can either use the hook shot to destroy the Skulltula or use the long shot to just get all the way up. If you're climbing that thing, make sure to be holding target, because as long as you're holding target, you can't take damage from the wall. And it's not nearly as difficult as a lot of people think it is. For this room, you need Zelda's Lullaby. That's really all you need. Really easy way to do this is just get hit by the torch slug and then just run inside the fire and mash A. This is a really good place to get magic if you really need it. These torch slugs always drop magic. Alright, and then one last check. Take care of this guy. What is it? You need to shine your mirror shield on that guy. I like to target this and then backflip. And it takes care of it for me. I don't have to aim or anything. Got this Zora tunic. Oof, alright. I need to learn the movement there to automatically shine light on that thing, because I'm pretty sure there's a fast way to do it. So if you haven't found the boss key by this point, if you like skip some of the checks, always make sure to break open the face, and that'll set the flag for what is it, that platform just kind of sitting there, and you can hook shot the chains or long shot the chains to get back up. There's also another way to deal with Iron Knuckles, as you just saw right there. If you hang around the right side of them and just kind of crouch stab, a lot of their attacks will just kind of whiff right over you, but you have to be in a pretty specific position. It requires some practice. So for Twin Rova, a lot of it is kind of getting lucky. I had that. A lot of it, another good part of it is using the hookshot to pin one of the witches down while the other is shooting their elemental beam. Just like right here. As soon as you see one of them charging it up, just pin the other one down. Let's see. And if they're both on screen, that works. Sometimes they move around a lot, and you're going to have to kind of get a good angle on them. There we go. So after 4 beams hit, they will move on to the next phase. However, sometimes they'll do an extra beam or multiple extra beams after the 4th hit. So what you'll need to do is you'll need to spam hookshot and get them to twirl around, and that'll get them to go to the next phase. What I like to do is after the 4th hit, as I prep my hookshot, and if it looks like one of them is going to do like a double hit or a double shot, just spam hookshot until they go into the next phase. I'm gonna pull out the Master Sword just to show how you do this fight with the Master Sword. I'm gonna lock on to her. What I like to do, you don't have to do this, but I get really far away and I use, what is it? I use the long shot and I shoot it at her to make her twirl. That'll get her to move to the next platform just a little bit quicker. You don't need to do that, but it's nice. I'm gonna store my jump slash right there. We're just gonna keep going. And then on the third one, the third time she moves to a platform, roll to that platform that she's on, and then hold up your shield. And then as it's hitting her, and as she's falling, just crouch stab her, and you can just mash. As long as you get a crouch stab in on her as she's falling down, you don't have to time it, and you get a really, really easy kill. That's a pretty decent Twin Rova fight. Ugh. And that is a heart piece. I'm not gonna worry about that. Alright, so all that's left is water and shadow. Let's see. So I'm gonna go to Ice Cavern just because I want to see if I can find. I should find Iron Boots like really soon. Iron Boots and Hover Boots, honestly. And I haven't found them at all. So I think the next best place to find them is probably an Ice Cavern, since I've done most everything else. One thing that I have not done yet actually is the last Song of Storms grotto. So I may as well just do that while I'm in the area, actually. So the other Song of Storms grotto is in, what is it, Death Mountain Trail? It's the, what is it, the Circle of Rocks, right outside Goron City. Alright, nothing there. So that's pretty much all of Song of Storm's usefulness. So I didn't really want to go to Ice Cavern just because I was assuming I would find Iron Boots somewhere else, but I guess I do have the gold scale so I can take a peek at whatever's down there. So the quickest way to get to Ice Cavern if you're using a warp song is Bolero, actually. Use Bolero, get through the shortcut, and then you're right there next to the Lost Woods shortcut. Ice Cavern has... Is this a specific randomizer seed or general methods to 100% a randomizer? General is the latter. The general methods to 100% a randomizer. I just randomized just a seed, and I was just like, okay, I'm going to 100% this just to show people how you know, how you can do every single check. And I'll throw this on YouTube as well. So, Ice Cavern has the surrounding area, like Zora's Fountain, plus the 4 items, or the 4 items that are in Ice Cavern. It's like 7 or 8 items plus the song, so it's not amazing, but it's not bad either. It's definitely a decent side dungeon, and depending on the song, the usefulness of Ice Cavern can like shoot up tremendously. What it is that's a bloopy, I'm pretty sure. I'm not gonna worry about that. What I am gonna worry about is the, what is it, the heart piece that's all the way at the bottom here. This requires the iron boots. Let's see. Where is the middle of this thing? I'm not really getting a good, I guess I need a target, don't I? Yeah. I'm kind of getting a gleam. I think that's actually hover boots. I'm not 100% sure, but that does look like hover boots actually. You can use a Master Sword jump slash to get up here, or you can climb onto one of the rotating ice pillars. Anyway, Ice Cavern. With the Master Sword, I personally just like to power crouch stab each of these guys. I think it's a little bit better than, what is it, quick spins. Just because I can never get into a good position to do quick spins. The other appeal to Ice Cavern is that it has 3 free Skulltulas that you need a hook shot to get. But if you are in need of Skulltulas, this is actually a really good place to get them. One right here as you're doing these silver rupees. Yeah. Ice Cavern is probably one of the least favorite side dungeons that randomizer players, according to randomizer players, a lot of the people don't like Ice Cavern at all, just because it seems like there's nothing here. I actually love this place. I think it's a pretty decent place to go if I'm looking for items, depending on the situation. I like to get just 2 bottles of blue fire, honestly. I don't really need anything else other than that. There's a cool little jump that you can do here. Right, from right about here. Or you can just not jump at all. Oh, this is wonderful. There we go. All right. Well, what was that? What was I saying? The jump right here. There you go. You can make that jump. It's not bad. It saves having to actually deal with the freezer on the side. Alright, so that's one of the 4 items in here. Alright, so this is the side room. This has 2 items in it, as well as a Skulltula. And more blue fire as well. One of the items is a freestanding heart piece, so you can just look at it, see what it is. That's the chest, is the freestanding heart piece. It looks like a, yeah, Deku shield. So, don't have to worry about that. The Skulltula is over here next to the freestanding heart piece. Trying to pick that up. Okay. Now for the last part. I'm actually... Okay, so there is one other area that I can think of that might actually have iron boots, and it would be the funniest shit if it was there. That we have not done yet, and that's diving in the lab. I think what I might do is I might actually set Pharaoh's Wind here, just because I'm pretty sure what I saw underneath the ice was hover boots. Anyway, so this room right here, you can do some climbing there to get those first 2 rupees. I like to use ground jumps to take care of this room. That's a horrible place for that bomb. Instead of actually sliding around. Lucian Star, thanks for the sub, dude. So you can ground jump up here. You can jump slash in and clip through to get that that silver rupee. That clip is totally allowed. It's not clipping through any collision. It's just to get to skip a gigantic chunk of the game. It's just what is it? Oh shoot. There we go, we're good. It's just a small clip to get through that rupee. Thank you for the KH2 YouTube videos. Yeah, no problem, dude. Alright, so get a couple things of blue fire here. Oh, there's also King Zora. He could very possibly have my iron boots. I'm gonna go ahead and long shot this Skulltula right here. That's the 3rd one. Grab this silver rupee. And then one last ground jump and we're out of here. Oof, man, the lag. I should have known better. On N64, this area lags a lot with all the particle effects going on, so it's not a bad idea to just look at the wall and let the game do its thing. The other Souls games? Oh yeah, definitely. I plan on playing the other Souls games. Alright, not here. We got Prelude. So, let's see. Next thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set Pharaoh's Wind here, and then I'm gonna pop out Unfreeze King Zora, and then there's one other location that I can think of for where our iron boots might be. Now, we could totally, what is it? I just want the iron boots before I go into Water Temple, just to show you how you can 100% the area. But, yeah. Let's pull out the blue fire. Always make sure that you save one piece of blue fire so that you can unfreeze King Zora if you haven't already. That's not iron boots. Alright. One last location that I can think of, and at that point, I'm gonna need to start buckling down and thinking of areas that I somehow skipped. But I'm pretty sure I've been extremely thorough. And there is one last spot that I can think of that will have my iron boots. And it's right outside Water Temple. It's the, what is it? It's diving in the lab. So diving in the lab you can do with either iron boots and a hook shot, and use a little trick to do it, or you can do it the old-fashioned way with the gold scale. Just dive all the way to the bottom, touch the bottom, and then talk to the dude. You can do this either as child or adult, doesn't really matter. Most of the time you don't actually get the gold scale and you do the iron boots method, but there are moments where iron boots are locked behind this thing, so it's possible. And honestly, I can't think of anything else except for, okay, there actually is another thing that I'm thinking of. It's the gold gauntlets check. That's right, yeah. So is it you? Do you have my iron boots? No, you have my slingshot. Okay. So at least we thought of something to do afterwards, but let's do, we're gonna take our gold gauntlets. Gold gauntlets typically aren't very useful, but they can be used before going into Ganon's Castle for one thing, the Ganon's Castle fairy. So gold gauntlets plus Zelda's Lullaby will net you this check. The cool thing about this area too is that it will always turn the time of day to nighttime. Every single time you enter the Ganon's Castle area, it turns it to nighttime. So if you want to utilize that to get Skulltulas without using Sunsong, it's actually very useful. There's a Skulltula right there as well, very free one. So all you need is, you actually don't even need a hook shot. You just need to blow it up. You just need to destroy it, and then I think what is it? I think a backflip will actually make it over there. You can also fall down from the higher structure. But I'm trying to think of anything else in logic that I have missed so far. And I straight up can't think of anything. I think I've actually full cleared the game. This has to be iron boots, I think. If it's not, then I clearly missed something. Okay, there it is. That's what I figured. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go back and I'm pretty sure we're gonna get our hover boots. So there's our iron boots. Good job, team. What a seed, dude. Holy moly. This is actually really interesting. Because I'm pretty, yeah, you need hover boots to finish the seed. So if the hover boots are actually at the bottom of the lake, man, gold gauntlets are required. Very interesting. So we're gonna Pharaoh's Wind back to Ice Cavern, and then we're going to pop down here and see what the game left us. Yep, those look like hover boots to me. Oh wait, no, are those irons? No, oh no, they are. They're hover boots. They're hover boots. Yeah, that's what I figured. Alright, cool. Alright, there we go. Irons to hovers back to back. Wonderful. So now we can full clear the game. Now we've got everything. Oh, we can also touch this thing. Let's see. The only thing that we're missing is the song, which we need to beat Water Temple for anyway. So we'll go ahead and do that. Another neat little Skulltula. I'm skipping over a lot of Skulltulas. If you want like detailed guides on all 100 of them, there are much better guides on the internet that you can look for. This is a decent one that you can get with Longshot. You can also get it with Hookshot actually. It's very difficult to get with Hookshot though, especially glitchless. It's really hard. I'm gonna go ahead and throw on. Alright, Water Temple. So, I'm going to showcase how you can actually do a lot of this stuff with just the gold scale, just because I think that's a little bit more useful information. Using the iron boots is pretty self-explanatory. The first place I go whenever I go into Water Temple usually is the that bottom section right there. If you just have the gold scale and the long shot, you can long shot that torch and you can swim in here. It's probably the most important thing you need to know. Pharaoh's Wind is actually extremely useful here as well. It's because you save warp typically a lot in this dungeon. But if you set Pharaoh's Wind in good locations, you can save a good chunk of time and not have to save warp every single time. That is a lot harder than it looks, by the way. It's a pretty strict timing. There's the boss key right off the bat. Well, I am full clearing this place for the people. Actually, shoot. Okay, well, I guess I'm not going to use Pharaoh's Wind. I have a little bit more of a utilitarian use for it to show off different ways that you can do this little jump. So right here, I'm going to dispel this, and I'm going to set Pharaoh's Wind again and use that door. So there's on the way up here, there is a broken wall that you can bomb to get a chest. There's a couple ways that you can get it from this spot, and it's probably better for you to get it from this spot. First way is using the hover boots. This is the easy method. Just put on the hover boots, run forward, side hop right, and you get there easy peasy, no problem. The second way is much more difficult, but it's not too bad as long as you follow the setup that I like to do. I just target this. I kind of just use this to get into a position. So I target this wall, backflip, side hop right, side roll, side hop twice, backflip, and then what is it? So, and then at this point I pause, and what you're going to do is you're going to input a side hop outside of this pause. So it's really, really weird. I'll show it to you without actually like doing the trick. Here, I'll just do this just in case I mess up or something. But to do a buffered side hop, it's the same thing that we did with Meadow a long time ago, where we hold target, we press pause, and then in the unpause, we do the side hop input. So we press left or right and then A. And you do the side hop. Now notice how there weren't any black bars when I did the side hop. It lets us do a side hop without actually targeting. That's really important because what we're going to do is we're going to target mid-air, and it's going to change our momentum from a side hop to it changes the momentum from side to side to forward because we're going to target the wall in front of us and it's going to fling us forward. It's really wacky, but yeah. So here's what's going to happen. So we're going to do that side setup again, and then we're going to do the buffered side hop, right? And then we've done the side hop and we are no longer targeting. So what we're going to do is we're going to wait a little bit, and then we're going to, after a little bit, we're going to make contact with that wall in front of us, and we're just going to target. And that's all we have to do. All we have to do is target, and then it's going to fling us forward enough, and we're going to make it. And there you go. I'll do it again, a little bit faster, I guess. But, yeah, it's a really weird method. You can also do the jump slash method, but I don't recommend that. I recommend this one because it's a lot easier. All you have to do is buffer in the side hop. Hold on. Buffer in the side hop and then target and then hold forward. That's all you have to do. It might require a little bit of practice, but once you get it down, it's actually extremely easy. It looks a little weird, but it's not bad. So we got that. Okay, so for clearing out Water Temple, what is it? So to enter Water Temple, you need either the long shot and the gold scale, or a hook shot and iron boots. To clear it out, you're gonna need the iron boots and the long shot typically. If you do a normal side hop, you won't be able to retarget midair, and you'll just fall off, and you'll fall all the way to the first floor. Once you've inputted a side hop like a targeted side hop, and you've let go of target midair, the target will stay until you land. It's a weird quirk with this game. Trust me, there are a lot of weird quirks with this game. Let's go ahead, let's see. So what I like to do, if I get 2 keys early on, is I like to actually do the boss key chest early on and get that check out of the way. All you have to do is just jump and then just hold forward and you'll swim underneath. For this part right here, you can either use the, what is it? Hold on, there's a thing right here, right? Yeah, okay. So long shot is the obvious way. The other method is using the hover boots. You can do this thing called a gainer. I won't go into much detail, but really all it is you roll. What is it? You roll forward, and at the very end of your roll, you backflip. And the momentum, instead of taking you backwards, actually sends you forward, and it's enough to actually get you across the spikes. So I'll do it again. So roll, backflip at the very end, spikes hit me forward. It's weird as shit, but it does work if you have the hover boots. So what you can do, the reason that we do this is because you can save scum your keys. I was gonna save warp anyway, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to save before I use these keys, and then I'm going to check the item, and then I'm going to reset, and I'm going to get my keys back if the item is bad. So, what is it? Typically, the vanilla game wants you to go all the way around this area and do a bunch of different rooms before you end up on that side right there. What you can do instead is use hover boots. There are 2 different things. You use hover boots to get across, and it's easy peasy. The other method is the hard way. From entering the room, what you're going to do is you're going to target, side hop, side roll. What is it? Side hop right, side hop left, side roll. Side hop, side hop. Hold on. There's a very particular setup that you can do here. I think it is. No, okay. Well, the way that I do it is the important part here is to get the important part here is to is to side hop left, side roll, side hop right, side hop left, side roll again. And then you don't have to like get it perfect, but I kind of like line up Link's head with this wall, like right here, and then I just roll. If I bonk, I move a little bit farther to the right. I wait for this rock. There you go. Easy peasy. That's like the manual way to do it. I know that there are better ways to get that done, but yeah. There's also a Skulltula here if you actually aren't going to save scum your keys. But yeah. Jump on over here. Yay! So there are 4 items in Water Temple, just like Jabu. The problem, though, is that there are, I'm pretty sure, 6 or 7 keys. I'm pretty sure it's 6 keys in Water Temple. So there's a lot of fluff as you're going through. It is statistically the worst place to look for items. So I wouldn't recommend it unless you have like really no other options, or you get like a Way of the Hero hint or something like that. Let's see. So after save warping, I roll to the 2nd floor. Make sure you actually make it. You don't want to fall all the way down to the bottom. And then light that torch. So as far as like items that I would recommend going in here, Iron Boots, hook shot, obviously, and then to full clear the place, you need Song of Time, and you probably also need the bow. The bow is really important for this dungeon. There's a lot of checks that are bow locked. I would never come to Water Temple unless I had a bow. I would not make that recommendation. It's pretty. I've done it a couple times when I was first starting out. It's not good. There are a lot of things you can't do without the bow in this area. Anyway, this is the central pillar check. This is one of the worst checks in Water Temple because it takes a long-ass time to accomplish, but it does raise the 2nd floor, and it's just kind of like stuff to do as you're going through Water Temple. What I like to do is hit that switch from about this far away, and then I snipe the spike rocks as they're coming at me. There we go. And then we get up close, and I just kind of like know the distance where they're going to open up their mouth. Just kind of hookshot them from there. Alright, this is another save warp. I forgot to use Pharaoh's Wind. It's not that big of a deal. Save warping is a little bit faster on N64 than it is on VC, so it's actually not that bad to save warp on in my case, but it's pretty slow on VC, so if you can avoid it, try to. Alright, a couple more checks on the 2nd floor. This check over here is really easy. In fact, this check you can actually do if you have Iron Boots and Hookshot. You can just do this before you even go to the bottom floor. One of the few things that I learned, you can actually beat Water Temple without Zelda's Lullaby. That's the other thing that you probably want coming into Water Temple is Zelda's Lullaby to change the water level. But I have seen a few seeds where you can beat the Water Temple without Zelda's Lullaby, and it actually expects you to. And this is one of those checks that you can do without Zelda's Lullaby using Iron Boots. Anyway, so that's one of those checks. The next 2nd floor check is over her. This requires the bow and either the long shot or hover boots. Hover boots will make it across this, and you'll make it in time before the thingy closes. So that is in logic. It can expect you to use the hover boots. That's the other item that's kind of useful as a substitute for the long shot in this area is the hover boots. If you have those, you can do a couple of extra checks that you normally couldn't before. And it just kind of makes certain areas of Water Temple actually a bit faster. It's a good item to have. Alright, so from here, we're going to be going to the 3rd floor. And this is probably some of the... This is what is deemed deep water. So, let's see. To get to the area right over there where you can raise the water level, there's a couple of ways you can do it. I think you can actually use Scarecrow Song to get over there. I never do it. You can use hover boots. That's one way to get over there. Put on the hover boots and then aim to the left. And you should just easily grab it, no problem. If you aim for the right, you will run into problems. But if you don't have the hover boots, you actually do want to aim to the right. So what you're going to do is you're going to roll, and then mid-roll, you're going to target and hold shield. And you're going to get into this weird little situation where you're like constantly grabbing and re-grabbing. All you need to do is hold forward, target, and shield, and then mash B. Hold all 3 of those buttons and then just mash B. And you will jump slash up there every time. Just as long as you aren't letting go of any of those 3 buttons. Shield, target, and forward. Alright. So there are, so you'll notice I also kind of skipped the dragon chest. That's because it routes a lot better with doing Dark Link and all that sort of stuff. I wouldn't recommend doing the dragon chest on your own unless you didn't have Song of Time. Alright, so for here, there's a bunch of different quick ways that you can get through this room. One of them is just hover boots. Straight up, you don't have to touch anything. You can just hover boot across here, here, and there, and then you're done. There's another method. Let's see, with just the long shot, what you do is you raise the water level, get across, and then instead of dealing with that one over there, you just long shot across to that guy. Easy peasy. And then if you have the hook shot, dear God, if you have the hook shot, there is another little quick method thingy that you can do, where you can stand right on this very far little square in the floor, aim at the very tip-top right of this hookshot target, and then fall a little bit, and then jump slash. And you'll make it across without having to mess with the water level, and that skips a little cycle. Yo, Civo, thanks for the 20 months, dude. Right here you can hookshot the like, get across easy peasy. Alright, so there's, let's see. There's a couple different ways that you can do the Dark Link fight. So I just side hop across, and then he just kind of spawns. There we go. So the brain dead method, let me just put on Deku Nuts. The brain dead method is to hold target, hold right, and then press B to do a side slash. If Dark Link is to your back left, he'll actually get hit by it. So yeah, he'll be right behind you, and then just to hold back right, or hold right, and then just press B, and it hits him every time. Now, the other method is to, let's see. The other method, which does a lot more damage in the long run, is to roll, if you can, roll Deku Nut to the side, and you'll catch him, and then you hit him with a jump slash. And you can just keep spamming that. So yeah, a couple different methods for dealing with Dark Link. That's like the easy, casual way of dealing with it. I would definitely recommend not using Din's Fire or anything like that. Alright, so Song of Time here so that we can get the river chest. I like to side hop from right here because it puts me right in the water immediately. Do not put it on iron boots. Just swim through this. Just hold, you know, just avoid the whirlpools and just swim the whole way. I used to do this as a kid with iron boots, and it was 10 times harder with iron boots on. Just don't do that. Alright, and then finally we have what is it? The dragon chest. So what you can do is you can let's see here. You can actually hit the dragon chest from all the way up here, and you can side hop in without actually using the iron boots. This is how you get this chest with the gold scale. You just side hop in and then you hold forward. You should get it. And of course, you can do it with the old-fashioned way with iron boots if you need to. There's also a much more complicated setup that I've seen a couple people make with the gold scale. And if you mess up, you can still get it using a very, very specific dive. But I don't know how to do that, so. If you want to look that up, I'm sure you can find it on YouTube somewhere. I'm playing this on N64 right now, but you can play this on emulator or on Virtual Console. Alright, so Morpha. Oh shoot. What am I doing? I rolled. Why did I do that? So you can use the hover boots to roll up this bad boy. But if you're just doing it with, you know, regular boots, then you can't roll at all. You just have to hold forward. If you're lucky, you can snipe Morpha at the very beginning, but or if you're good, I'm pretty sure there's a consistent method for getting him or it. But just kind of lure Morpha over to the corner, and then long shot her over, and then target, and just keep on mashing and lure her into this corner. Get out of the corner, and then slash, jump slash, crouch stab spam. I did that with the big Goron sword, but it works just the same with a master sword. If you're having troubles if you're missing the jump slash or something like that, make sure that when you slash Morpha into the corner, make sure you see Morpha in the corner before you do the jump slash, otherwise you'll just whiff. Just a weird thing with the targeting and how it works. Alright, I'm trying to think of anything that I've missed. The only thing that I've really missed, I feel, is, what is it? The toilet check in GTG, which I suppose I can go back and show you how to do that. It's not hard, but yeah. I'll go out of the way just to do it, just for, you know, the sake of showing it off. And outside of that, I don't think there's really anything left except for Shadow Temple. Pretty sure that's everything. You can also shoot the sun right after you beat Water Temple. That's also not a bad time to do that. So yeah, this was an all dungeon seed actually. Hold on, I should. This was a required all dungeon seed. You needed to do all the stone dungeons to get Sun Song, to do Frogs 2, to get gold gauntlets, to get gold gauntlets, to get iron boots, to get hover boots. That is like, man, what an incredible sequence of events. Like, man, if this was a tournament seed, I would have laughed so hard. Like, if I was playing the seed normally, I might have 100%ed this seed anyway. Oh, shoot. Go. Yeah, 100%ing a seed is never fun. Like, it's like last possible check or something like that you find your progression item. It's always a horrible feeling, but it happens. It's rando, which is kind of part of the deal. Alright, anyway. Head over here to the right. How would you get this on the Wii? There is a soft mod process that you need to go through. It's not that hard. I'm sure you can find a YouTube video. Actually, there's in the Discord. Actually, the Rando Discord, there are links to setup videos for it. So it's actually pretty easy. You will need access to like a computer that reads SD cards, or an SD card reader of some sort. I needed to go to Best Buy to get an SD card reader so that I could do this stuff. You also need access to an SD card that doesn't suck, which again I would recommend going to a place like Best Buy. Do not get your SD cards from CVS or Walgreens. That shit will not work. Anyway, so get all the silver rupees and then swim on down here. One thing that I guess I haven't mentioned is swimming with iron boots. I'll explain that like in a little bit. But swimming with iron boots is very helpful, movement-wise. Okay. So there's our last key. So swimming with iron, so that's the toilet check. So swimming with iron boots, the way that it works is all you need to do is be targeting in the water, and you need to be in a swimming animation. So like right now, Link isn't moving around, and if I put on the iron boots and I try and move in any direction, Link will just sink. He won't swim or anything like that. But if I'm in a swimming animation where Link is wading around the water like this, and I equip the iron boots and I keep on targeting, Link will swim. And the trick is you have to continue moving around. If you get to a point where you stop wading in the water, then he will sink again. So that's pretty much it. That is swimming with iron boots. It's really easy. And it's pretty helpful for stuff like the water temple. They should have made swimming with iron boots just like really intuitive anyway, instead of making it a weird little trick that you can do. Anyway. Oh wait, shoot, we can prelude. It's faster. So we're gonna prelude, and we're going to go pick up our last song. So to get the song on Nocturne, you need the what is it? The forest, fire, and water medallions. And you enter in Nocturne from Hyrule Field, and then that will get you the Nocturne song. Typically one of the last songs you will ever get in a run of this. But sometimes it is required, and sometimes it has really important songs on it, like Zelda's Lullaby and stuff like that. In this case, it's Vanilla. Okay. So that's all the songs, all the items, in fact. Alright, time to do Shadow Temple. And then after Shadow, we will do Ganon's Castle, and we'll be done. And that will be all of the checks in the game. So, I'm just going to going to use Dense Fire. If you want to be really, really fancy, in fact, there's actually like pretty decent usefulness for it. You can enter this with fire arrows. There's a setup video for it on YouTube. I would recommend looking that up if you're interested in that sort of thing. It's extremely difficult, and it requires a lot of memorization. It's not, I shouldn't say that. It's not that difficult, but it requires a lot of memorization and all that sort of thing. Anyway, there are two checks here in the back. There's the hover boots and what is it? The I think the map chest. Map chest is right here. It's either map or compass, I forget which. Come on. Go over here. And time for Dead Hand 2. This time as adult. One, two, three. There we go. It was a little early, but we still got it. Yeah, entering Shadow. So yeah, there are moments where you might not find Dense Fire for a long time, but you do have fire arrows, and it is possible to enter a Shadow Temple with just the fire arrows. However, there are two checks that you will not be able to get to in Shadow Temple, and sometimes one of those is a key, and then you really do need Dense Fire, which is unfortunate, but sometimes that does happen. So go ahead and blow that open. Yeah, and then you cry. It's really sad. Alright, this check is relatively simple. Just pick up all the silver roops. This is the route that I take typically. Shadow Temple has a lot of checks. I think it actually has the most checks out of any main dungeon. It's like, it's something ridiculous, like 15 or something. like 15 items that you will find in here. So this place is absolutely loaded. So against Gibdos, these guys that are actually bandaged up, I would recommend using a hook shot to stun them and then jump slash. Simply because their range is way bigger than Redead's, and they can double stun you with their scream. It's not a good time, so I just kind of take the baby way out and I just hit him with the hook shot, and it just helps a lot. In this room, you can throw Deku Nut at a pretty decent spot, and you'll actually stun all of the Skulltulas. You can roll right under this guy, and we are in the main room. I like putting on hover boots and playing it a little safe. And then we're gonna go to the left, actually. Don't worry, there are invisible platforms here. The left over here, this has a Skulltula and 2 checks. There's an invisible scythe in the middle of the room, so I would steer clear of that if you can. Kill these 3 keys actually. Third keys is right there, and then take care of the like. So one chest is visible, the other one is invisible. Okay. Head over this way. Oh, Jesus. You can pick up that silver rupee inside of the Beamos without actually blowing it up. It's kind of a neat thing that I haven't mentioned. So there is actually one clip that is allowed, and it's this one. This little trick right here. So you pick up that chest right here, and then you want to stay as close to the wall as possible. And then as this thing falls down, backflip, and you'll end up on top of it. It's a pretty unique little clip, and Accessible just decided that we were going to allow it, especially since there's a much more difficult glitchless way of getting on top of that thing. We just decided to make it a little bit easier, hence the name Accessible. Let's see. If you do not have the Lens of Truth for this area, you hover boots right about here, and then I aim right there, right about where I am right now, and I kind of keep track of where the the floating platform is. And as soon as I see the red orb kind of like getting bigger and moving to the right and getting closer to me, then I know that's time to go. It's kind of my method of taking care of that. So we've got silver rupees in here as well as the Redeads. Redeads are pretty easy. Oh shoot. Take care of that. So there's a couple of different methods that you can use for this room that I'm about to go into, because it locks you in as soon as you walk in. You need to kill all the enemies to get out. To get out, you can just Pharaoh's Wind right here, and then just once you get the item inside of the big skull head, then you can just Pharaoh's out. If you don't have Pharaoh's Wind, then there's another method that I like to use, using Bombchus and a bow. So I take the bow out, and I kill these first 2 fire keys. Just like that. And then I take out a Bombchu, and I count 1, 2, 3. On the 4th red flash, let go of it. And it will blow up this skull head, and you'll get your item. There's a boss key, good. There's also a Skulltula in here, you can pick this up. You can also, finish off the enemies in this room by targeting this wall, and then target, and then pull out a chew, and then do the same thing over here. And make sure you keep looking in this direction. Wait. Did I miss it? I must have missed it. I must have been angled in properly. There we go, much better. There you go. So that will hit the bomb flowers up there, and that'll blow up the keys that are right above them as well. So, a couple of different methods that you can do for dealing with that room. If you do not have the long shot, what I would recommend is backflipping onto this chest and then aim right about here, a little higher. There you go, and you'll be able to get up here without the long shot. Items required for doing Shadow is everything that you would need for Forest Temple, plus Din's Fire and Hover Boots. That's all you really need. I'm gonna do this little, this is a pretty tough method for skipping this wind room, and I already messed it up. But there we go. Alright, not too bad. And then I use, using Iron Boots to side hop through is extremely helpful for those, to deal with those wind turbines. This room is typically a trap room, but there's actually a chest in here. I didn't know that the first time I played through this. There's a chest right over here in the back right corner of the room. If you need a good little visual aid for it. And then we hover boots our way into this invisible room. Or invisible wall. There's a chest right here, and, under this little mound. And then we have a couple of Gibdos that we have to take care of. Again, just using the hook shot. Okay. So there are 5 small keys in total and a boss key. If you, let me see, if you have 0 small key, you have the boss key, but if you have 0 small keys up to this point, then that means that your last small key is somewhere in the back rooms. Oh, also, what is it? There's another Skulltula that you can get if you have the long shot specifically. You can grab this one right here before you activate the boat. Oh, it was good, NGU, actually. I did pretty well. I got like a 320 all dungeons. Which is pretty good. Oh, man. I'll activate this boat. I'm going to walk back here. And I just kind of hang out back here, and these guys typically leave me alone. I've only had one time where they actually hit me when I'm standing in this exact spot. And a lot of the time, they're just going to fall off the boat, hopefully. This is actually looking like one of those times where they don't fall off the boat. All right, one of them did. The other one did too. Okay, cool. What I like to do is take out my bow, and right as we clear this corner, I shoot at the bomb flowers. There we go. And this makes it so that I'm still on the boat, and I get closer to the door as the cutscene plays. Alright, so 3 checks back here. On our immediate right, there are 2 chests. This room is the one that requires Din's Fire. If there is a chest, if there is a key in this room, then that means that it's hard requires Din's Fire. Which most of the time there's a key in this room. Happens every time, honestly. Let's see if I'm wrong today. Nope, I was right, there's a key. So the problem is those spike walls, you can't burn them with fire arrows. Why? I don't know. It's dumb. It's really stupid, but it's just the way the game is programmed. It only allows you to use Din's Fire to burn them, which is kind of how it is. And then we have a invisible floor mastery that you have to take care of. Okay, and that is everything. Shadow Temple is pretty long. A lot of items in this area, but that can be a good and a bad thing if you're looking for items. I really wish this dungeon was a lot shorter, but yeah, just kind of the way it is. You can use the lens here, but I like to use hovers and just kind of follow this little path off to the left a bit and then back to center. Alright, what I like to do at the beginning here is I hold backwards. For whatever reason, holding backwards actually makes it so that the hands don't circle around you. And then I use the bow and hit each of them. Alright, and then while this is going on, I charge up a little spin attack. And then jump slash, crouch stab, a bunch. It works. I see a lot of people try to aim at the eyeball and then just do a bunch of crouch stabbing, and I see a lot of people fail it too. Like, it seems like it's really, really difficult, but the spin attack seems to make it a lot easier. There's our reward. Nice little $5. Alright, Shadow's done. Alright, so that is pretty much everything in the game so far. I can't think of a single check that I like missed. So people in the comments are gonna have to tell me if I missed anything, but I'm pretty sure I got everything. Alright, so from this point on, we're going to go to Ganon's Tower. And I'll show you how to full clear Ganon's Tower. Let's see. Items required to clear Ganon's Tower. Really, all you're going to need is, I believe, either long shot or fire arrows and gold gauntlets, I think. That's really it. There are a lot of, we're not actually going to be doing the trials, we're just going to be getting the items inside the trials. The reason that I'm going to show you how to full clear Ganon's castle is because sometimes Ganon will put his light arrows, or just important items that you need to beat the seed, inside of his castle. And so it's kind of important to know where all the items are. So we're going to start with the forest trial. This one's pretty easy. All you have to do is kill the Wolfos. Easy peasy. One important thing to know is that about half of the checks in this dungeon are locked behind gold gauntlets, because the light trial has just like 8 or 9 checks, I want to say. So for the so yeah, just something important to notice. If Ganon says that his light arrows are in his castle, there's a 50-50 chance that they're locked behind gold gauntlets. The water trial just has 2 chests just sitting there waiting for you. The Shadow Temple is a bit more complicated, so this is why I was talking, you either need fire arrows or the long shot. I'm pretty sure you just need the hook shot to get this chest, but to get to the one all the way in the very back, you're going to need either the fire arrows to activate the little ice platforms, or you use the long shot to get to this torch and then get to the very edge and long shot the like. And then you're also going to need the hover boots to get across. And then, let's see, we're also going to need the hover boots to get to the switch. There we go. It's a little finicky, but yeah, you can make it. And then hook shot back. Alright, that's the 2 chests that are in Shadow Trial. There's nothing in Fire Trial, you can just totally skip that. And then we have the Light Trial. You need gold gauntlets to lift this boulder with relative ease. And let's see. You're going to need to, there are a few invisible enemies in this area. You're going to need to kill all of them in order to make the middle chest spawn. You're also going to need 1 small key in order to get the last chest in this trial. Oops. I would actually be incredibly amazed if there were, if both of the small keys were in Spirit Trial. Oh my god, that would actually be incredible. I think they are. Wow, that's some kind of luck. That's crazy. We finally got our ice arrows though. So we're gonna have to come back, actually. That was poor routing on my part, I apologize. I cannot believe that both small keys were in Spirit Trial. Okay. We need to use the hook shot there. And, oh, there it is. You're also going to need a Bombchu, actually, for one of these chests. Yeah, forgot about that. Just gonna need 1 Bombchu. This is like the only time the Bombchu is ever required. One. And then there's an invisible chest right here in this corner. Not a lot of people know about that. Oh, so the last so the last small key has to be, oh, okay, so it actually, it's vanilla. That's really funny. I guess that actually can happen, yeah. And the last check, you probably know where it is, but I'm just gonna show it off anyway. Requires Zelda's Lullaby and the small key. All right. the other small key. So that is all the trials. There is one single check left in the game right now. It is the what is it? It's the validation chest, actually. It's the it's Ganon Castle boss key chest. So time to storm the castle. If you have the big Goron sword, I like to charge a great spin here. If you're lucky, you'll hit both of them, and it'll just be an insta-kill. Got some Stalfos, you know what to do, lots of crouch stabbing. Alright, here's the validation chest. Oops, come on. Nice. Alright, so with the Iron Knuckles, there's a couple of ways that you can do it. One way is using just the Master Sword and taking them out one at a time. You don't want to activate both of them at the same time. That makes the fight much worse. If you have the big Goron sword, you have the luxury of having a really easy fight, because all you have to do is stand on the steps right here and just mash crouch stab. And it's just easy peasy. I'm actually surprised I only have 17 hearts. It's pretty wild. There's some stuff that a couple things that I guess I must have seen some heart pieces and just missed them. Or just decided not to pick them up, obviously. Alright, for Ganondorf, put on light arrows, an empty bottle, and a hammer. The empty bottle is actually going to be useful. Also, another thing that I should mention is that if you have not found the light arrows and you've beaten all the medallion dungeons, you can talk to Ganondorf and he will tell you where the light arrows are, straight up. The second text box, he just says where they are, and they're in Hyrule Castle, which refers to the, there is only one check there in that area, which is the fairy fountain. So, if you have not found the light arrows yet, it's probably best to just come right here and let him tell you where they are. It's kind of a useful thing that Rando gives you. So for the fight itself, we're gonna jump slash back here. Right here, will be fine. And then as the blocks fall, hold back so that you grab on. Jump, or climb back up here, and then wait for him to charge up a ball, take a step forward, and then time the bottle press. Just as he's throwing the orb, use the bottle. He'll get stunned, hit him with a light arrow, and we're just gonna time our crouch stabs. No, hammer is not logically required, so if you run into that situation, you can use the hook shot to damage his tail. It takes like 12 hits, but you can do that. To avoid that thing that was mentioned in chat, what you want to do is take out the Master Sword and then jump slash into this cutscene. The reason this is important is because Ganon is extremely weak to the Master Sword, but he's not very weak to any other item, even the big Goron sword. But if you crouch stab, if you store the Master Sword jump slash into the Ganon fight and just continue to crouch stab, you'll do Master Sword damage to his tail, which ends his first phase extremely quickly. That's kind of why we have the hammer equipped, so that we can just immediately start crouch stabbing, and yes, you can crouch stab with a hammer. So all we're gonna do is we're just gonna roll right through his legs and crouch stab, and we're just gonna keep doing that. So, and then roll out, bait and attack, roll back in, crouch stab, roll out, bait and attack, roll back in, crouch stab. Yeah, you are very sad, but it is doable. The game is not over. So I'll pick up the Master Sword. We can jump slash him while he's down. And then roll in, do one crouch stab. I like to set up this little thing right here where I'm going to do targeted jump slashes just so that I don't whiff. Alright, well now I'm going to do a crouch stab. Or not. It's right there. You gotta be kidding me. There we go. Or you can just do crouch stabs if he's not playing nice. There we go. And time ends when you deal the final blow. Good job, Chief. Good job, team. So yeah, that is a pretty rough summary of how you do all of the checks in Ocarina of Time Randomizer, or just even in the game itself. I apologize for not doing all 100 Skulltulas, but I did a good fair few along the way. I did like 60 or so Skulltulas, and that's more than enough. If you want a good guide on Skulltulas, you can find some really good guides on Google. Just look it up. And you're more than likely you're never going to need to do more than 20 or 30 skulls in a seed, typically, with these settings. But yeah, I think I did most everything. Hopefully this helped. Hopefully this, I was able to, explain everything as thoroughly as possible. What checks you can do with what items, etc., etc. Yeah, pretty much it. If you have any questions, throw them in the comment section, I guess. But yeah, hopefully this will be at least somewhat helpful to people. But yeah.